Good evening, everyone, and welcome to MCE's November 20th Board of Directors meeting. The time is 6:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
County of Napa and 4 Napa cities. Contra Costa County.
Here.
One moment. Resetting. One moment. Excuse me, Chair, I have a question. Point of order.
Yes.
It appears to me that we're changing how we're taking roll. I have a question on that. Did we just change how we're calling the roll? Looks like we're starting it not in alphabetical, but we're going by some other method. I believe we've always gone in alphabetical order. Are we changing our method of roll taking?
The roll is in order of load of the community. We switched to that method fairly recently, but it's been the way we've been doing it for the last couple of meetings.
I don't recall that we've changed that. When did we start changing by load of method? This is, by the way, this is Director Hoffman from Sausalito. I'm asking when we changed by load instead of by alphabetical.
We can follow up with you on that. We don't have that in front of us at the moment.
I'm asking, but this is a point of order. I'm asking why we're changing, why we're calling roll by load instead of by alphabetical.
Yes, thanks, Director. We'll follow up on that for you and get you an answer.
But I'd like to do that before we start. I believe this is a question for the board. I don't believe the board has decided that we're changing by taking roll call by load as opposed to by alphabetical.
Happy to weigh in, Chair, if you
Yes,
like.
I would love you.
That would seem to be a director decision instead of a staff decision.
Thank you, Director. Capturing roll is just by calling out every community. So whether it's done by alphabetical or per load does not impact how the actual votes are collected. And so this helps represent to both the board and the community how the load is represented across the service area.
It does seem to be impactful, and it does seem to be have some sort of meaning. And so I think that needs to be a decision by the board. And why that change happened. And so I think that needs to be an agendized issue. And I think under the Brown Act, that needs to be a discussion by the board of directors if that's going to have a meaning and impact. And so it seems to be that by this short discussion that we're having right now with me asking the question and not really having an answer, that needs to be an agendized discussion with this board of directors and by direction of the board of directors if we're going to change that method. And so I think that we should go back to the historical way that we call roll until we have that as an agendized item under the Brown Act and by direction of the board if we're going to change the method by which we call roll.
Yeah, Director Hoffman, it's my understanding from our board clerk that you haven't yet watched the board orientation, and so you may not be familiar with how rules are established, but this is a clerical decision, and we're happy to follow up with you after.
I think that's an error. I have watched the orientation, and I'm actually very familiar with how boards of directors conduct their business. And so I think that I do understand the rules by which boards of directors conduct their business and the difference between staff decisions and boards of director decisions. And I think that if we are making changes to how boards of directors conduct their business that is a board of director decision, not a staff decision. And so if we're making a change in the way the business is conducted by the board of directors, that is a decision by the board of directors, not staff. So thank you, CEO, for chiming in. But I think there is first of all, the mistake by calling out that I have not completed my orientation 45-minute video on how boards of directors conduct their business, but I can assure you I have completed that. So thank you for letting me correct that error. So if we could move on, I think that we need to revert back to the original way that we call roll and that we call votes until we properly agendize under the Brown Act, changing that method of taking votes before this board.
Well, thank you, Director. I think this is something that will move to a later discussion. We want to make sure that we're moving forward with our meeting today and calling roll. And so it'll be called in an order as it is today. I understand your concerns and make sure to have staff circle back with you with those concerns. And if it's something that we need to move forward with getting agendized for a future meeting, then we can do that. But right now, Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Well, I'm sorry, I object to, moving forward. I think that the voting order will impact the voting outcome. And it's extremely important that we as the Board of Directors agree upon how the voting order will be determined. And that is a board decision, not a staff decision. I support Director Hoffman.
I think we need to have the general counsel weigh in on the Brown Act issue, because if we've changed something in the voting order and the directors have not discussed it, then I think that needs to be properly agendized under the Brown Act. The board of directors need to discuss it as a matter properly decided by the board of directors, and we need to discuss it at the board level, and then we need to move forward on that. And if it hasn't been discussed, there needs to be discussion. That probably needs to be addressed. And then we need to make a decision on that. And we need to have a vote and we need to make a decision.
So what will it take to change it back? I mean, this seems to be an issue that is of concern to the board. And if staff doesn't feel that it's of any consequence, then we should change it back just to satisfy the contention that is being expressed by the board. So I think it just takes a minor
Can I check a point of order with our attorney? If this is an important issue, can we direct it to XCOM? Is it appropriate to make a motion to direct it to XCOM?
The board can. I'd like to provide some details just to help the board move through this matter. Again, this is a clerical adjustment in order for our clerks to ensure that they are capturing the vote in a way that shows both the percentages that are applied to voting shares and the representative community. There is no change or additional weight that is provided by the order, whether it be done by alphabetical or per the load, as we've identified here. That does not impact any outcome of any vote by the board. And so it is merely a clerical adjustment by our clerks, and which is permitted. And as the board chair under the operating rules, you're permitted to move forward on this item as is, and we can start the agenda. If you'd like to invite more discussion, I recommend that we move that to another meeting since it has not been agendized.
Thank you.
Well, will we be voting in this order as well? I'd like clarification, please. Will we be voting in this order as well? Or is it simply the roll call?
It is roll call and it is vote. Again, the order does not change how a person's vote is counted.
I'm sorry, but Chief Legal Counsel, I will like to point out, though, that if you vote in descending order, all the votes are apparent. And by the time you get to the 50% mark, everyone else's votes beneath the 50% mark essentially don't count. That is disenfranchising the people who are on the bottom of the list. This is undemocratic, And I don't feel that this is appropriate to make this change without a discussion at the board level.
I appreciate your feedback. I reiterate the same point that I've made. This is a clerical error. Every vote still needs to be called. So the point about whether it matters or not because of how many have been collected thus far is irrelevant. Per the Brown Act, we are required to do a roll call vote for every single item. And so it will be based on what you say at the time that your community is called.
Catalina, this is Director Wilkinson. Can you just clarify why you've changed this policy after 15 years without board consultation?
So Director, I think we should move this item and create a, to be agendized for us to discuss at a different meeting since it's not agendized right now. So we can move forward with our meeting for this evening. So I would like to move forward with calling roll, please, Madam Clerk.
The County of Napa and 4 Napa cities. Contra Costa County.
Here.
Concord.
I am here.
Fairfield. Richmond.
Here.
Vallejo.
Present.
Walnut Creek.
Here.
Napa.
Here.
San Ramon. Pittsburgh. County of Marin.
Here.
Thank you. San Rafael. Novato.
Here.
Solano.
Yes.
Danville.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Pleasant Hill.
Here.
Oakley.
Here.
Lafayette.
Here.
Benicia.
Here.
Hercules.
Here.
San Pablo. El Cerrito.
Here.
Pinole.
Alternate Maureen Toms here.
Thank you. Mill Valley.
Here.
Larkspur.
Here.
Moraga.
Here.
Corte Madera.
Here.
Thank you. San Anselmo.
Here.
Sausalito.
Here.
Tiburon. Fairfax.
Here.
Ross.
Here.
Belvedere.
Present.
Quorum established.
Thank you, Clerk. Also, I would like to make some board announcements, but I think it's important that some of the things that we've been experiencing over the past couple of months, it's important that we figure out what's going on with our agency and our board. And I would like to move forward with getting an agency government assessment to look at our organizational structure, any type of, making sure our roles that we're doing, that we are following the appropriate roles as a board member, as well as our efficiency and decision-making. And this is through our board, but also with the agency. I know this is something that when I served on League of California Cities, because the board is so large, we did a organizational government assessment as well. And so I think this is something that would be good for MCE, for the agency and the board. I think the topic tonight, I will come back at a later date so this could be agendized and we can look for a third party, a professional firm that works in the public sector and work on complex, like multi-jurisdictional type agencies to do this assessment for us. So I just wanted to share that. I did share that with XCOM a couple of weeks ago when we met, and I just wanted to share that with the full board. Also, I am going to remove the code of ethics from the agenda tonight. We have received some comments and a wide range of perspectives over the last week, and I want to make sure we give time for conversation for that. So I'll be pushing that agenda item, or removing that agenda item for tonight, because I know we'll have a long board meeting. And I'm hoping that with the firm that we use to do this governmental assessment, they can help us with the code of ethics and roll that in so that it can be on, once we bring it back. Now I'll open it up to board announcements from any of the directors this evening.
I have a question announcement. So I share the chair's interest in that discussion and appreciate that she brought it up. I'm also wondering if it's possible to move items 8 and 11 higher in the agenda so that we have ample time to discuss them. I know sometimes this meeting goes very long, and I like us all to have our wits about us as we have these difficult conversations.
Yeah, I think we have to leave the rest of the agenda the same. I think once we get to the performer update coming up, I think it's really beneficial to make sure that we're all part of that. And then I think taking the ethics off will help us move forward with the rest of the meeting. But I think the other two items of discussion, 6 and 7, is important, and 8 is something that we've been receiving a lot of public comment on. It's something that's been discussed for over the last couple of months. Not only that, we have voted on that last year, so it's brought back again. So it's something that I think we need to move forward with that this evening.
Yeah, no, I'm asking that they be moved higher in the agenda. So I guess I would move that number 8 and number 11 be moved higher in the agenda. So I guess it would have to be after consent would be the earliest place it could be. And that's what I'd like to move.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Director. I have to keep it. I think we need to keep this the same.
Well, this is Director Beckman Corder-Madera. I will second the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we take a motion on this? Council, is this something that we need to take a motion on? Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Chair, may I ask a question? So I believe we have some people who are doing presentations tonight. We've got John DeLacy, and I'd like to make sure that we don't preempt that presentation, because I think, John, you come from a long distance and I don't want to waste your time.
But everybody else.
So I want to make sure we're cognizant of any of the guest speakers who are here tonight.
There's a motion in second.
So again, I would move that we move item 8 and 11 higher in the agenda. So before number 6.
And Madam Chair, you're probably aware, but I've seconded the motion just because we do appear to have a large number of members of the public present to give public comment. And my sense, based on public comment we've received electronically, is that they're likely here to speak on these items.
Are we taking the vote?
Thank you, Director Beckman. The council is, she's reviewing, so she will let us know in 1 second.
Excuse me, this is Director Colbert. I'm confused. Like, there's been a first and a second. How is there not going to be a vote? I'll call the question.
Thank you. Appreciate the moment. Just wanted to confer on something. So, Chair, the motion is on the table. You can accept any other motions, or you can call that motion. The motion, as I see it, is to kind of overrule what you've stated as chair, and therefore that has a higher voting requirement, which would be a 2/3 vote to change the agenda.
Move forward with the vote. Madam Clerk, please move forward with the vote.
Can we pull up the quorum tracker, please?
And just put it. Yeah. Change the record.
Pardon us, our clerk is just getting ready.
The county of, no, not the county number, Contra Costa County,
No.
Concord,
No.
Richmond,
Yes.
turn on your mic, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Vallejo,
Aye.
Walnut Creek,
No.
City of Napa,
Yes.
County of Marin,
Yes.
Solano,
No.
and I missed Napa or Novato,
Yes.
Danville,
No.
Martinez,
No.
Pleasant Hill,
No.
Oakley,
No.
Lafayette,
No.
Benicia,
No.
Hercules,
No.
El Cerrito,
Abstain?
Pinole,
No.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Moraga,
No.
Corte Madera,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
Sausalito,
Yes.
Fairfax,
No.
Ross,
Yes.
Belvedere.
Yes.
One moment. Motion does not carry.
Thank you. We will.
Can I ask a question, Chair Scales Preston? This is Barbara Kohler. Just a question, something different. I just wanted to ask on your announcement regarding the assessment. I just want to clarify, so the idea of the assessment, it would be done by outside folks that I think you inferred you've been looking into, but it would be on kind of governance of the board as well as looking at staff organization. Is that correct? Is there more
That's
to it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for announcing that. I think that'll be very helpful and appreciate your work on this.
Thank you. And
Just a comment. This is Director Perret. Just respectfully, it was stated that the Finance Committee item came to the full board a year ago. It did not. It only came to the Executive Committee. So this is the first time it's come to this board. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Perry. And I'm hoping with the government assessment and looking at our board as well as our agency that we can come together, because right now it feels like, you know, we're divided, and we shouldn't be serving being divided. With all that's going on in the nation right now, we need to come together. So we are elected by the people in our cities, and our community members expect us to serve on these different boards and commissions, and be respectful of each other, be respectful of staff, and making sure that we're doing what's best for our community members and what our constituents want us to do. So I'm hoping that the rest of this meeting, we can also continue to be respectful of each other in the process, and to stay on the agenda and on topic. So thank you. We will move on to item 3. That's public open time. This is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on anything that is not on the agenda. As a reminder, we ask that you keep your comments respectful and avoid any public attacks. Make sure that we are really just being mindful of how we want to continue to carry ourselves when being directors and public servants. We're all here to serve together for the greater good, and we want to hear from everyone. We'll start in San Rafael. Do any members of the public would like to speak during this time? And Madam Clerk, I will hand it over to you if you see any members of the public that would like to speak in the San Rafael location.
Is this, yes, this is items from the public, I would like. Not on the.
Bring it on.
We will ask folks come to the podium, you will have a microphone, and that's what we do.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
I'm sure everybody here can hear me, but folks online would be.
Not much yell loud enough to hear you.
Oh, so challenge. Right. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to address this august body. I'm Mitch Mashburn, I'm Chair of the Board of Supervisors for Solano County. I'm here speaking and representing for 425,000 residents of California. Right now, in our county, a company with which this company does business and has a partnership called Corby Energy is in the process of circumventing our local land use authority. They are in the process of going before the Energy Commission and stripping away our local land use authority in an ordinance that we just passed in our county to regulate the exact location of best energy storage facilities, the battery plants. Think Moss Landing. Right now, Corby wants to put one of those within a couple miles of a senior community, within a couple miles of a level 2 trauma center, which is Kaiser, right off of I-80. Our county, all of our supervisors strenuously object to this. All of our residents strenuously object to this. I brought to you today 1,300 letters that I'm going to leave you in opposition to this from residents. I brought you letters from our county. I brought you a letter from Congressman Mike Thompson. I brought you a letter from the water board. I brought you a letter from the I'm sorry, I don't have my old man eyes in. I apologize. I brought you a letter from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I brought you a letter from the Firefighters Union. I brought you a letter from the Historical Society. All of those civic organizations in our county and the state of California and the federal government oppose that project to which this organization is a party.
Thank you for your public comments, Supervisor.
All right, I have one last thing to say. I would like to ask that every one of these electeds here imagine that their municipality and their constituents have a project like Moss Landing crammed down their throat by the state of California at the behest of a company that is operating purely for profit, when you've already given them an ordinance that gives them the opportunity to place that same plant in 39 other locations within that county. We didn't tell them no. We just said, put it where we would like it to be and to be seen. Not
respectfully,
right next to all of our
Supervisor, I'm
residents.
sorry to cut you off. I just want to adhere to the time, but thank you
All
for
right.
your public comment, sir.
With that, thank you for your time today. I'll leave all of this. I'd like to be put into record for your board.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additional public comments in San Rafael?
Yes, there are. One moment.
My name is Wendy Brecken. I'm also a resident of Vacaville, and I'm with the organization Keep Vacaville Safe. For a couple years, we have organized against the Corby project. So at the October 19, 2023 MCE meeting, where MCE approved of a contract with Corby, staff represented to MCE's board that there are no red flags for this project, that most pre-environmental issues have been completed, that the project's at a mature stage, And they depicted the project as a desert with a picture of Fresno when they're talking about Solano County. The 40 acres that Corby is on is prime agriculture land, as well as agricultural land of statewide significance. Solano County has had voter initiatives in place protecting our agricultural land since the 1980s. And the zoning protection for ag land is reflected in the general plan. Basically, Solano County feeds the world. Over 35 countries have product from Solano County. In addition, there's a home of historic significance right adjacent to the project. There are many sensitive species, as you can see in the Fish and Wildlife report that Supervisor Mashburn put into the record. And I have an additional comment to the California Energy Commission from SID, which is the Solano Irrigation District, which said that they do not have a contract with Corby for transmission lines to go over their property. So Solano County has a 10-page comment that I will email to you guys. I didn't bring it today, but that also highlights different environmental issues. The bottom line
Thank
is the
you.
project
I'm
does
sorry,
not
your time
comply
is
with
up as
zoning.
well.
There are abundant red flags. It's dangerous, and we ask you to reconsider your vote approving the Corby project until it is appropriate and safely sited. Thank you.
Alicia Minion.
And just respectfully asking everyone who's making public comment, please adhere to the 2-minute.
Hi, my name's Alicia Minion, and I'm a resident of Solano County. And I'm here asking that you reconsider the contract with NextEra so that this lithium-ion battery project is placed in an appropriate site. And when I found out about this project, I actually watched the meeting when Solano County joined MCE. During that meeting, I actually asked the question, did Solano County consider another community choice aggregator? And Solano considered Valley Clean Energy, but Valley Clean Energy was turned down because the sources of their energy was inconsistent with our general plan. So this feels like a betrayal. And so this compelled me to ask for MCE's Joint Powers Authority agreement. And lo and behold, you have protections for your members. And there's literally a provision that says any project that's caused by MCE, it must comply with that member jurisdiction's general plan and zoning. And what I think has even more important language in your Joint Powers Authority, it starts out by saying, notwithstanding state law. That means your agreement supersedes state law. So AB 205, SB 254, that's where the state stripped our local authority away, it doesn't matter what the state thinks. What matters is your Joint Powers Authority. I think you cannot forget about those provisions in that Joint Powers Authority. You cannot lose your way. The projects that you pursue should do no harm. That should be your motto. Do no harm. And I urge you to go to NextEra and renegotiate and move this to a safe site. Thank you.
Ken Strong.
I don't have public comment.
No? Okay. Robin, Jackie?
Like this would be the record. This is photos of homes. This is photos of homes. Everywhere there's a star is a home. You speak into the microphone. I only got 2 hands. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. We can't hear you.
Okay. These are homes in the area where this proposed Corby site is. All the wildlife. This is the historical home they were talking about. And everything in here aligns.
the hay, the orchards, everything is what we're worried about. I'm sorry about the delay. I folded this.
We're having a hard time hearing you here in Concord. Can you speak a little closer to the mic, please?
Good evening. We are concerned about the possibility of best facilities being considered for our neighborhood in Solano County. Common sense should tell anyone that approving something like this near people, agriculture, homes, and I-80 is a bad idea. We as residents adjacent to the proposed property are concerned with so many things. We are worried about the possible fires with hazardous plumes of toxic smoke. A lithium fire will lead to contamination of soil and contamination of water. Our water supply is from wells in the surrounding canal ditches that are used to irrigate our fields. We're concerned about the plummeting property values as we have seen happen in Texas. We are concerned about the homeowner's insurance rising or the likelihood of our homes and properties being deemed uninsurable. We do not want to repeat history like in San Diego, Escondido, Santa Ana, Arizona, and New York. We are especially against repeating the Moss Landing Vistra facility, which is reignited at least 3 or 4 times since the original fire in January. It is the same size as the proposed Kilkenny Burns facility site. It is my understanding that Corby has purchased a second parcel near the first and plans to build a second, larger facility if the first is approved. So also a third location that is less than 1,000 feet from my home on city property was purchased by Middle River Power, where they plan to build a BEST facility. Any approval for this first Corby build, I fear, will cause a domino effect, drawing in more BEST companies and ruining our city and county. Any amount of financial benefit to the city would receive is not worth the hazards that seem to be common.
Thank you for your public comment. Your time is up.
Heidi Wood.
To speak in chair, I just want to recognize that Director Alessio just joined the Napa remote office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. We would like you to reconsider an alternate site. The site they are planning on using now is prime agricultural land. And we have other things that are approved in our county plan. There are areas that would work better for this, that are in industrial areas, that are not near homes, that are not near crops. This just isn't a good plan, and we'd really like you to think about how this would be if this was next door to your home without your permission. Thank you.
I'm told that the live stream is not working right now.
Okay. You want to, is it recording?
Yes, Chair, it is recording. I will go check with our team member managing the Zoom to see what's going on with the live stream. This is Justine Parmley.
Thank you for checking.
Okay. Stay here.
Okay, I know the video.
It is working now? So Chair, we just got a pop-up on the screen that said that it has begun live streaming. We just have a team member confirming that with the website, and I'll go ahead and confirm myself.
Thank you. Can we move forward with public comment?
Michelle Geller. Michael Geller, I'm sorry.
So my name is Michael Geller. I live on Kilkenny Road in Vacaville. And that's the site of where they want to put this battery plant. I come to you tonight as an MCE customer. I signed up for it when it first became available. My other neighbor on Kilkenny is also an MCE customer, so we want to let you know that up front. I would, as a board member, I would encourage you to have your council look at Alicia's provided statement and make sure that I have an expression I use for this company, Corby, and the expression is less than forthcoming. And that's how they've treated this process from the very beginning. This began in 2023, and they didn't even notify the residents that live around the area what their plans were or anything else. And they've pretty much followed that roadmap the whole way through. Anytime there was any chance of a public comment, they made sure that there wouldn't be any. The county offered them a site called Lambie Industrial Park that they could put this facility with lithium ion. They've poo-pooed it and said, no, we have contracts with people like you. So as a board member, I would urge you to have your council look this stuff over. And I think you'll find Alicia's correct. And you should find another provider. Thank you.
Carmen Martinez Calderon.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I am here as a concerned resident who actually lives 3 doors down from this proposed project. And I am urging you to reconsider your contract with this company. I think one of the main things that well, let me back up and say that I was pleasantly surprised to hear that you would be hopefully engaged in an assessment of your board. And one of those pieces that I really like to highlight is the social corporate responsibility that you do have as a board. And on that note, to really consider the safety of the residents surrounding this project. Again, I live 3 doors down from this proposed project. And statistically speaking, and all the data that is out there about and around these types of projects demonstrate that it's not a question of if it'll catch on fire, it's when it will catch on fire. And now there's enough data and enough evidence to demonstrate how dangerous these kinds of projects are. So again, I highly encourage you to reconsider this contract that you have with this entity until they decide or until they move this project to a location that has been designated by the county as a safe location for them. Again, we're not against this type of energy, but we are against the location where they have chosen to set this project. And again, highly encourage you to really consider the social corporate responsibility that you do have as a board and make sure that you safeguard the safety of everybody around that area. Thank you.
Do we have additional public comment in San Rafael, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have alternate Salter from Ross.
Thank you. Hear no evil. At this point, it should be clear to the board that the public is crying out for serious reforms at MCE. Notable outside groups have called for greater transparency and accountability, including the Marin Conservation League, Clean Coalition, 350 Marin, Sustainable San Rafael, and the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers. Does the board hear these voices calling out for change? See no evil. MCE management has a documented pattern of obstructing the board. Last year, management prevented the audit committee from sharing its findings with the full board. Management stopped a request from 4 XCOM members, including the XCOM chair, to provide basic financial disclosures. And most recently, the CEO unilaterally decided to promote an internal staff member to CFO without conducting an external search or conferring with the board on this very important hire. Does the board see this repeated recalcitrant behavior? MCE management is clearly failing the agency. The $186 million increase in energy costs over the last 12 months has led to serious financial and cash reserve losses. If MCE had managed its energy costs like all of the other CCAs, MCE ratepayers could be enjoying material lower energy bills instead of being charged more than PG&E customers. Does the board see MCE's financial losses? Speak no evil. Despite all of the evidence of management's failures, the board has said or done very little. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. You need to ask yourselves, whose interests are you serving? You were appointed to this board to represent your constituents. Your duty is to them, not MCE management. Your constituents are calling out to you. Will you hear them? Will you see them? And will you speak on their behalf? The choice is clear.
Madam Clerk, do we have additional public comment in San Rafael?
No additional comment, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment here in Concord? Seeing none. Do we have any public comment via Zoom?
Yes, I see Mary Stomp on Zoom.
Okay, can we take the public comment via Zoom?
Good evening, board members and staff. My name is Mary Stomp, Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers board member. I ask that you consider removing item number 8 from the consent calendar until you decide whether or not you want to have a separate finance committee. According to the JPA agreement, the treasurer can be one of its own officers or staff. The board should consider appointing the finance committee chair as the organization's treasurer and not handle this item as a consent item. Given your current operating position, a net loss of $18.6 million, which is $8.6 million greater than the budget for the first quarter results, it would be prudent to implement enhanced financial oversight. Other CCAs in California are operating at surpluses while still charging lower energy rates to consumers. This contrast underscores the need for a dedicated finance committee that can focus on long-term financial health and identifies structural issues early. The best practices for an organization of this size include establishing a separate finance committee. Such a committee can take a deeper dive into financial statements, cash flow, risk exposure, and audit matters, ensuring stronger oversight and fiscal integrity. Thank you.
We also have Mimi Willard on Zoom.
Do you see her connected on your side?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Mimi Willard, president of the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers, and our organization is concerned with the leadership of this organization, and we call upon the directors of it to exercise robustly its oversight authority in order to protect the public interest. This is an agency with significant losses and serious underperformance versus its peers on numerous metrics. Management has failed to provide a detailed explanation of their poor results and instead seem to be provoking efforts to have conflict within the board and to undermine the board's authority. This has all of the appearance of an agency that's battening down the hatches rather than sunlighting and addressing its problems. We also call upon the board to prioritize standing up for the ratepayers that they represent. That at times will require standing up to management. We are particularly concerned that you have permitted your CEO to promote to CFO an existing staffer with scant credentials and at a time of patently poor financial performance. The board should have, and still could, insist on a search for a CFO with demonstrable credentials and experience in delivering superior results. What is happening here impacts all of us ratepayers. It is your responsibility to represent us. We call upon you to do so.
Any additional public comment via Zoom that you might see?
I see no other raised hands, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 4, report from the CEO. Dawn, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. With this being our final board meeting of the year, I want to thank board members and staff for your leadership as we continue advancing MCE's mission across our communities. Let's go to the next slide. We're celebrating our 15 years of service, our first 15 years of service, and this year we participated in 200 community events across our service area, deepening our relationships with the communities that we serve. Thanks to everyone who participated in the board retreat. We've included a few photos in this slide, and I want to acknowledge the thoughtful evaluation feedback, particularly the desire for shortened, high-level presentations that came from the majority of board members, with continued updates on power supply, programs, finance, and innovation. We also heard feedback on meeting flow, communications, and governance structure, which will carry into our planning and action for next year. Next slide, please. I want to highlight the launch of our partnership with the Next Gen Trades Academy in San Rafael, giving Marin County youth hands-on experience in green construction, electrification, and energy efficiency. This Next Gen Trades Academy was funded through a $380,000 grant from the Marin Community Foundation. It's already helped more than 80 local job seekers access good-paying, clean energy careers. Through paid in-person instruction, participants earn certifications, job placement support, and most graduates secure employment within 90 days with starting wages of up to $50 an hour. Let's go to the next slide. This time of year, we tend to engage with our state legislative partners with updates and relationship building when they're away from the Capitol. So far, we've met with Assemblymember Connolly, Senator Grayson, Assemblymember Bauer-Cahan, and Assemblymember Avila Farias. I want to thank our chair and also Director Darling, Sackett, and Zorn for joining in our in-district meetings this month. Your local leadership and your presence in these conversations really reinforces the importance of community-led clean energy, and it deepens our relationship with policymakers. Next, I want to give an update on our very successful Community Power Coalition Symposium. Let's go to the next slide. This event was held last Friday, and it brought together 80 participants from 60 community groups. The coalition is a network of social, racial, and environmental justice organizations that partner with MCE to expand access to clean energy programs. This was our second annual symposium, featuring discussions on climate justice and clean energy access, and it reinforced the important work of community voices in shaping our equity-focused work. We've got a quick video blurb we're gonna play for you. Next slide, please.
I'm Jackie with MCE. Today we're at our Community Power Coalition Symposium, bringing together several community partners, learning together about climate action and clean energy. Come with me, I'll show you around. So I'm here with Nicole. What's been your biggest takeaway from the symposium today?
All of the in-between moments. So in between all of the panels, which have been really valuable, I think seeing people that I've only seen via Zoom has been really helpful and nice to make that connection in person.
I'm here with Gopal. What was your biggest takeaway from our session just now?
Well, the first thing is that I can see that MCE is working on plans to make energy more affordable.
All right, thanks. So that's what was happening here last Friday. Thanks to everyone who participated. Next, I wanted to thank directors Belotz, Murphy, Birdseye, Nakamura, McCormick, and Darling for joining us at CAISO on Monday. We had a behind-the-scenes look at grid operations. It was really a valuable and exciting opportunity to see firsthand how statewide coordination and real-time decision-making support California's reliability. Next slide. Earlier this week, we joined Clearway for the ribbon cutting of a new 140 megawatt solar plus 117 megawatt storage project that's coming online in Kern County. This project is providing enough power for 72,000 homes. MCE's share includes 100 megawatts of solar and 92 megawatts of storage. It's our second utility scale solar plus storage project, and it was built with more than 400 union laborers contributing over 350,000 injury-free hours. This resource really strengthens reliability for our customers by providing low-cost stored energy during periods of peak demand, and that helps us contain costs as well. Next slide. I'm pleased to announce some recent staff promotions in our finance, power resources, and policy teams. First, Maida Strauss, who was promoted to CFO last month, brings over 15 years of experience in financial management and strategic planning to her role. She holds a degree in business administration from SFSU and a post-baccalaureate certification in business strategies. Over her 8 years with MCE, Maida has demonstrated exceptional leadership in CCA finance, helping launch the California Community Choice Financing Authority, securing investment-grade credit ratings, issuing $1 billion in green bonds, and guiding MCE through major market volatility with steady, transparent fiscal management. Recently, Maida delivered $25.4 million in investment income, exceeding the budget by 105% with a 5.2% average yield. She secured a Fitch rating upgrade to A- and S&P reaffirmation of our A rating. And in a volatile financial environment, she strategically timed and issued MCE's third set of green bonds valued at about $1 billion, generating about $16 million in annual customer savings. She also maintained a balanced budget, clean audit, and continued reserve growth. Next, I'd like to announce, not quite yet. We're not done with this slide. I just want to say a little bit about the rest of the folks here. CB Hall has been promoted to Director of Power Resources. He has more than 20 years of experience and finance experience, and he's worked for CAISO, PG&E, Sonoma Clean Power, and Morgan Stanley. He holds a BA in economics from Brown University and an MBA from Dartmouth College. Stephen Mariana, manager of Power Resources, is his new title. He has 7 years of energy sector experience, including 4 years of power procurement and power supply management for public sector entities in California, and 3 years regulating utility power procurement and PPA negotiations for the state of Hawaii, a very complex state for power supply. He holds a BA from Tufts and is earning an MBA at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business. And next, Johnny Kipiador, who is our Power Analytics Principal Manager. He holds a bachelor's and master's degree in Energy Resources Engineering from Stanford. He has more than 7 years of experience in the energy sector, and he's worked for Alameda Municipal Power, focusing on load and resource management, energy resource planning, load and supply forecasting, cost of service analysis, rate design, and renewable portfolio standard compliance. Last but not least is Jordan Bishop from our policy team. She has been promoted to policy counsel. She has 8 years of experience in the energy and legal fields, and before joining MCE's policy team, she served as senior legal counsel for energy equity at the Greenlining Institute. She has also served as assistant city attorney to several California cities and earned her JD from the University of California College of the Law, San Francisco. And now we can go to the next slide. And this is our final slide. The Power Resources team has executed 4 PPAs this year, and I just want to take a moment to celebrate that. You can see them on the slide here. It was a difficult year to get new resources under contract, and we owe them a real debt of gratitude for their perseverance and their dedication. Over 100 megawatts of solar, over 100 megawatts of storage, over 100 megawatts of wind, and another 127 megawatts of standalone storage, which will all be coming online in the next 6 years. Also, several new projects became operational and were added to our portfolio this year, including wind power, geysers, Rosamond South, which is the 100 megawatts of solar with 92 megawatts of storage. And we now have over 150 megawatts of storage paired with solar operating in the CAISO markets. These long-term power purchase agreements are providing financial stability in the midst of highly volatile power markets. And when we look at these combined, 6 of our major PPAs resulted in a net benefit of $64.3 million in 2024 compared to the market. And our optimization efforts are adding even more to the bottom line. So we'll be able to learn more about that going forward, but I just want to provide a real shout out to our Power Resources team for the hard work that they do every day. Looking ahead, we hope to see many of you at our upcoming holiday party in Novato on December 11th. Please RSVP by tomorrow if you haven't already. You're welcome to bring a guest. And I'm looking forward to continuing our work and delivering on our mission together in 2026. And that's it for my report.
Thank you, Dawn, for your report. And I also want to thank or congratulate actually staff that has been promoted as well. And thank our directors who went out to participate for the CAISO tour as well as the ribbon cutting. Are there any questions from directors or comments with regards to Dawn's report? We'll start here in Concord since we started first over in San Rafael. All right.
This is Director Darling. I did want to just say thank you to everybody that worked to put together the CAISO tour. It was fascinating, and you had to see it to believe it.
And
Director Nakamura.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to echo that as well. It was CB Hall's presentation during our retreat back in October that really, as we had spent a couple hours just leading into lunch, I was still sitting on the edge of my chair, just really interested in the CAISO. And so to see it in action was a nice treat, and I appreciate staff's efforts for pulling that off. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to see if there's any questions or comments in San Rafael.
I see Director Andre.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation, Dawn. I'm curious, in light of the public scrutiny that this agency has had and amidst the calls for greater transparency and accountability, curious to why you promoted someone into the CFO role without prior consultation with the board and without running an open search process.
Yeah, as you may recall from the documents you requested and that we sent over to you, the hiring and promotions for staff was delegated to the CEO several years ago. And that was the determination that the board made at that time. So that policy could certainly be revisited, but we were simply following the policy set by the board that is currently in place.
Okay, I understand you're following policy, but did the policy prohibit you from consulting the board? And did the policy prohibit you from running an open solicitation?
I'd be happy to discuss that with you after the meeting, but since it's not on the agenda, that might be a better conversation for later.
Yeah, I would like to perhaps suggest at a future meeting that we agendize a review of the policy. I don't see the fact that, consulting the board is mutually exclusive with you making a decision. And I'd like to have the board discuss policy with respect to the hiring of key personnel, including the CEO, the CFO, the COO, and the chief legal counsel at a future meeting. Thank you.
Do we have any additional comments from directors?
I see none here in San Rafael, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much. Do we have any public comments? Seeing none here in Concord, do we happen to have any public comment and on this agenda item in San Rafael?
We do have a member of the public that would like to speak.
Thank you.
Hi, your presentation mentioned credit ratings, and I noted, because I subscribe to the bond buyer, MCE received an A3 bond rating from Moody's. I didn't see the Moody's rating on your website, and I don't think it was mentioned in the presentation. Also, there was a mention about the Joint Powers Authority, CCCFA. I think it stands for California Community Choice Financing Authority, where MCE caused the issuance of a total of $2.6 billion. When you go to EMA, the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board website, I encourage you to look at that. You can look at all the bond issues from CCCFA. And there is a recent event, May of 2025, where one of those bonds was downgraded. So I think it's important that you watch those credit ratings, but more importantly, look at the reports and look at what the rating agencies are saying in terms of what are kind of the negative aspects that contribute to a rating downgrade or even an increase in the rating. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any additional public comment?
I see no additional comments here in San Rafael.
Thank you. And do we have any public comment on Zoom before we move forward?
I see no raised hands online, Chair. Thank
Thank you. Now moving on to item 5, the consent calendar. As we get started with the consent calendar and other items on the agenda, I just want to continue to bring a gentle reminder to keep questions and comments to that specific agenda item. Would any of my directors like to remove anything from the consent calendar?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to remove item C3, please, from the consent calendar for discussion.
Item C3, we will remove that item. If there aren't any other additional items, I'm hearing from any of the board members. Council, can we remove item 3 and vote and move forward on the items, the additional items?
This is Director Perret. I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the other items on consent.
Thank you, Director.
Second, Beckman.
This is Director Darling. I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call roll.
It looked like Director Beckman seconded. So I have Perret first and then Beckman second.
You like it.
But I would like to
You like
clarify.
have it. I'm sorry, we didn't see on the screen. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Here, just for clarification, so this is a motion to approve item C1, C2, C4, C5, C6, and C7.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call roll.
The County of Napa and 4 Napa cities.
Aye.
Contra Costa County.
Yes.
Concord.
Yes.
Richmond.
Yes.
Vallejo.
Aye.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
City of Napa.
Yes.
San Ramon.
Yes.
Pittsburgh.
Present.
So we're voting on the consent calendar.
Yes.
County of Marin,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Solano, Danville,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
El Cerrito,
Yes.
Pinole,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Moraga,
Yes.
Corte Madera,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
Sausalito,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Belvedere.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so item C3 was removed for discussion, and that's to approve contracts for energy update. We're now open to ask any questions with regards to that. I'll turn it over to you, Dawn.
Sure. So this is just a summary of approved contracts that have occurred since our last board meeting. It is a routine item that's included in the packet each month when we go to the board. Bill Pascoe, our senior power procurement manager, is our staff member that prepares this report. And he's with us, I believe, to answer questions. But if there are any questions, we're happy to explain anything. But this is not an action item. It's simply an update that we're providing to the board for reference.
Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. So my question is the policy, or I'm sorry, resolution 2020-04 that's referenced in this item. It says the CEO and technical committee chair jointly are hereby authorized after consultation with the appropriate committee of the board of directors to approve and execute energy procurement contracts of terms of less than or equal to 5 years. And so I just want to confirm that the technical committee chair has approved 1 to 5 year contracts. And I would like to understand which appropriate committee of the board was consulted.
Yes, this was approved in our, this was discussed in our integrated resource plan planning process, which was approved both by the technical committee and the board. It's also something that was discussed in our risk management policy and guidelines, but at the board level. And then this was also touched on in our June technical committee meeting when Bill Pascoe was presenting on our open season results, and we were letting the committee know that we were going to be doing a hedge transaction. So all of these contracts go through different processes of approval depending on what type of contract they are. And the hedge transactions tend to happen with a very quick turnaround. But those are some of the places where the discussion happens. And there's also an approval process that's at the tail end of the staff report that might be of interest to look at. We have a number of experts both on the team and then a couple of external support folks that help us with the technical review and the approval process. So you'll see the list here of the approvals that typically happen with these sorts of contracts. Does that answer your question?
Not really. Which specific appropriate committee of the board of directors is approving the 1 to 5 year contracts, please?
The technical committee.
Okay, I sit on technical committee and I haven't seen these 1 to 5 year contracts come to technical committee.
Yeah, I think that they were approved prior to your joining, but I just want to reiterate that some of these contracts are, particularly the hedge contracts, happen on a routine basis, and the power supply that we're purchasing is embedded in the integrated resource plan and the risk management policy. So there are multiple places where these are discussed. And
I know it's discussed in
individual-
policy. Sorry, I know it's discussed in policy, but I'm asking for which committee is actually approving these contracts. So, if you could please send me documentation for approval of these contracts after this meeting, I would appreciate it. For members of the board, just so I know that, not everyone's able to attend the October strategic retreat, and we have some alternates. I just want to provide some background at the October retreat. First of all, fiscal year 2025, our total energy costs were $770 million. That's a $200 million increase over fiscal year 2024. And at the October retreat, we were shown a breakout of the energy costs. 40% of MCE's load is covered by long-term contracts. The remaining 60% of our load is actually procured in these short-term and spot markets. And so that's why these short-term contracts are important. The long-term contracts only represented 110 million of the 770 million of energy costs last year. The remaining 660 million are all the short-term contracts. It's the short-term PPAs, it's the financial hedges, it's the resource adequacy, the net CAISO costs. And so these short-term contracts matter, and I know that it feels like it's passed on consent calendar, it's a matter of routine, but I just want to make the board aware that I actually went through and pulled off of consent all of the reports going back to January 2023. And what I found was in fiscal 2025, almost 400 million in short-term contracts were signed and passed through consent. About 45% of these contracts, 178 million, were less than 1 year in term and were approved unilaterally by the CEO. 55% of the contracts, 203 million, were 1 to 5 year contracts that should have been approved through the technical committee chair and also the appropriate committee, which is as of yet
Director Andre,
I don't have clarity on, but in addition,
Director Andre, I'd like to
passing
just
400 million. I'm
for a
sorry,
moment.
I'm almost finished. And if you look at these contracts by month, 60% of these short-term contracts were executed in 2 months, August 2024 and October 2024. And as
Director
you'll see
Andre, I'd
later
like
in the
to just pause you
presentation,
there for a moment.
this
I know
is
you
the
have a lot
top of the market pricing. Excuse me?
I appreciate it. I just want to pause you for a moment there. I know you have a lot of important things to say and would like to share that. I would like to keep us to the agenda. Unfortunately, what we're talking about is this item, the approved contracts update that was provided in the packet. And so if you could limit your comment to that item in general, that would be appropriate. The other items have not been included on the agenda.
Sorry, this is Director Hoffman. I think as a point of order, Director Andre had the floor, and I'd like her to finish her comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hoffman. And so if you look at the schedule of execution of these contracts, 60% of these short-term contracts were executed in 2 months, August of 2024 and October of 2024, 230 million. And as you'll see later on in the presentation with Mr. John DeLesi, market pricing for renewable energy, PCC1, and also resource adequacy peaked in September of 2024. And so in hindsight, we signed 60% of our short-term contracts at the peak of the market. This, directors, is the cause of our $200 million increase year over year in energy costs. And so I would like to recommend that we revisit Board Resolution 2020-04, which provides the CEO with authority to sign these short-term contracts. I think we need to implement some guardrails and checkpoints to make sure that we have a good handle on what is happening with our short-term contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up, this is also Director Hoffman. Because I don't believe that we do verbatim transcripts, and because of the Brown Act, obviously we can't follow up post-meeting with each other. I would request that her comments be attached to our transcript, our minutes verbatim, and that she present these comments verbatim to our minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hoffman. Do we have any additional comments from board members before we move on?
I see no additional raised hands, Chair, here in San Rafael.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, we do have a raised hand.
I'd just like to thank Stephanie for her analysis. I appreciate it. I mean, there's questions out there in the community, and anything I think that sort of engages the dialogue here during public time and brings greater transparency is great. So thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor, circling back with our council, is this something we need to move forward to vote for item 3? I know it's just information only, but it was something we pulled.
Sorry, I had one more follow-up. In Sausalito, this is just a request. When we have contracts on our agenda, we also include the dollar amount on the consent calendar of the contracts. And so I think that would be helpful in this, on this agenda. On the consent calendar, when we have contracts on there, that might be helpful for us if we're reviewing the consent calendar or any calendar, actually, that we have the dollar amount on the contract. So, and I'd like to reiterate the positive comment from Supervisor Colbert. I should have prefaced my comment. I was trying to keep up and started taking notes. And I know that the comments probably from Director Andre were made with the help of staff, by the way, and with input from staff and information from staff. So I'd like to thank staff for assisting Director Andre in any information that they provided to her and helping her formulate comments. So thank you to staff too.
Thank you. So do we make a motion on item C3?
Just for the record of it, since it was pulled out of it, it is an information only item. And so we could just receive it into the record, and you can do that, Chair.
Okay, so we will receive item C3 into the record. All right, moving on to item 6. Next is our MCE fiscal year 2025-2026 energy performa update. We are lucky to have John DeLessie with Pacific Energy Advisors, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is John DeLessie. I am CEO and co-founder of Pacific Energy Advisors. We are a specialized consulting company that really focuses on helping communities set up CCA programs and operate the programs. I've personally been involved in setting up 19 CCA programs in California, have been doing this for now most of my career, surprisingly enough. Of course, MCE was the first one. I was fortunate enough to work with Dawn in the county leadership to set this program up over, well, it's more than 15 years ago now. It's an old picture of me that was actually taken at MCE's first office in San Rafael, and I still have that coat. I almost wore that tonight, so I'm glad I didn't. I've been in this industry a long time, about 35 years now. I started my career at Southern California Edison in the early 1990s, and this was before the industry was deregulated. So I've really seen the industry evolve from just having the investor-owned utilities, the 3 big investor-owned utilities in the state, to open up to competition, the energy crisis of 2000, 2001, and then really the flourishing of community choice aggregation programs over the last 15 years or so. So been in a lot of different aspects of this industry, but really, as I said, for the last 15 to 20 years, have been focusing on supporting CCAs. Thank you. So I'm going to speak tonight. This is a lot of this is going to look familiar to the executive committee members. There's some updated information, but I'll be providing a pro forma outlook. The pro forma is a model that we use to help MCE budget. Really focuses on trying to project revenue, monthly revenue, and monthly power supply costs. Power supply costs, of course, are by far the largest component of the budget, probably over 95% or so of the budget. This is a comprehensive model. It incorporates a variety of different inputs that go into creating the revenue projections and the cost projections. These include MCE's rates, load forecasts by the different customer classifications that pay different rates and have different hourly usage profiles. The model gets into hourly level of detail because power costs vary by hour. All of MCE's power supply contracts are incorporated estimates for fees charged by the California Independent System Operator, which I'll just refer to as CAISO going forward. And then it addresses MCE's power content parameters. And what I mean by that is based on the retail products that MCE offers, the light green product with a minimum 60% renewable content, the deep green at 100, et cetera, et cetera. The model incorporates those requirements, and to the extent that that power is not already contracted, those are defined as open positions, and those are costed out at current market prices. Last but not least, we also have market prices built into the model. So these would be the forward market prices for the different energy products and capacity products that MCE buys. So system energy, renewable energy, and resource adequacy. We maintain this and update the model every month for any recently executed contracts, realized CAISO pricing, updated forward pricing, market forward prices, load forecasts, or any other changes. So if we can move to the next slide. So what are some of the, this model in the budget is in a sense a forecast. And so, what are the key uncertainties in the projections? Starting with revenue. Revenue is really a function of sales volume. And assuming that MC's rates are constant for the year, it's really driven primarily by sales, and in particular summer sales. The period of the year where there is the majority of sales variability is during the summer, and that is because most of the usage is determined by the heat and the demand for air conditioning. So the revenue, if we have a particularly hot summer, tends to be high or above budget, and if we have a cooler than normal summer, then the revenue will come in below budget. Other factors driving revenue, of course, are just customer counts, and to some extent, the number of customers that have rooftop solar, any changes in participation in net energy metering programs, and that type of thing. Those are important, but those tend to be more predictable and more steady. The weather-driven variation are the factors that are contribute most to unexpected variances. Power costs get a little bit more complicated. There are a number of factors that can cause variances in the power cost numbers. The first category really is any difference between the contracted energy volumes and the actual demand. And so this can be, as you're going into the budget year, this can be known differences that would be open positions. Let's say you project that you'll need a certain amount of renewable energy and you have less than that under contract. That would be a known open position that ultimately will be closed. And then it can also be basically an unplanned variance, which would be an energy imbalance. This would be the situation where either demand comes in different than expected or supply comes in different than expected. A lot of supply is for MCE, comes from renewable resources, solar and wind. So there is some variability in the production, and that can contribute to imbalances between load and supply. So those imbalances then, those ultimately will get settled at prices. So either those open positions will be closed, there'll be subsequent contracts, and those those open positions are closed out. So depending on what the prices are ultimately that the energy is contracted for, that can, if that's different than the expectations when the budget was set, that can drive a variance. If it's an imbalance, then the price at which that imbalance settles in the CAISO market will determine whether it's a positive or a negative variance. Another factor that relates to power supply is that there are many, many different prices on the CAISO grid for supply. So there are over 5,000 different locations or nodes where the price that supply is credited can vary. Load, on the other hand, so the demand that MCE procures through the CAISO market, there's a single price for load. That's an aggregated price for the a broad footprint, roughly equivalent to the PG&E service territory. So to the extent that there are differences in the prices that MCE supply earns based on its location, and the price that the load pays, that can change and that can cause variations. And so that difference really is what's termed congestion. The reason that there are different prices at different points on the grid is because there are limitations, physical limitations in how power can flow. So if a generator is located in a grid where there's essentially more generation than needed and it can't get out, it can't get due to transmission limitations, it can't get to where it needs to where the load is, the price at that location will decline and can even go negative. And we do see that sometimes with solar projects in particular. So where you might think that you have a balance of your, let's say, your load and your generation, well, if your generation is getting credited very low prices, then you're actually incurring a cost because of the congestion. And there's some variability in that. So that's long explanation, but that's one of the causes of variances. And then the last area or the last sort of factor that can cause variances would be a lot of renewable energy and other carbon-free, i.e. like hydroelectric energy contracts provide for annual volumes. The seller will provide so many megawatt hours during the calendar year, but it does not have a specified delivery schedule. So there was a recent and I think by now somewhat famous example that impacted MCE. There was a PG&E contract for renewable energy that was to deliver in calendar year 2025. PG&E delivered all of that in the first 4 months of the year, and that had the effect of shifting roughly $36 million from fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2025. So there are a number of contracts. That was a big one, and so that had a significant impact. But those types of differences in when the renewable energy is delivered versus expectations can cause variances. We move to the next one, please. Okay, so shifting a little bit here to what is happening in the market. And it's been quite a change from a year ago. A year ago, things were quite bleak. We were seeing very high prices. Now I can say it's a very positive outlook. So the summer that we have just kind of gone through, summer 2025, was actually quite mild temperature-wise, and consequently there was relatively low loads and low energy consumption across the CAISO grid. Hydroelectric supplies and natural gas storage levels are very healthy, and that tends to support low prices. In fact, CAISO prices, if you look at forward prices for the next year, those prices are down almost 20% from 1 year ago. Renewable energy and resource adequacy prices have really plummeted from the record highs that were hit about a year ago. And so we are thankfully, at least for now, in a period of relative stability, and it looks more or less like a return to normal. We hope that continues, but coming through a period of really extreme volatility. And next slide, I'll show graphically how volatile those markets were. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Clean energy prices. So you probably have seen this information in some form, but starting with the bar chart there at the top, here we're showing the price for PCC1 renewable energy. This is the you think of it as California-based renewable power, and the price here is the premium over CAISO system power. And historically, that premium for renewable energy in California, it's ranged from $15 to $20 per megawatt hour over the last 10, 15 years. Starting in 2023, something changed and started picking up. And then by the time it was September of 2024, that price was approaching $100 per megawatt hour. So essentially a 500% increase in the price of renewable energy over a very short period of time. Large hydro prices followed a similar path. To some extent, I think entities were looking to see if they could substitute large hydro in place of the increasingly expensive renewable energy, but that didn't do anything other than drive up the price of large hydro. So it really followed a similar path. Since then, really starting earlier this year, the prices for renewable power have really plummeted. We are, as I said, essentially back to what I would consider a more normal range. 2026 renewables are trading $18 to $20 per megawatt hour. So kind of, like I said, back to that normal range, thankfully. We are seeing, if you look a little further into the future, 27, 28, 29, we're still elevated above normal levels and kind of in the mid-20s. And we'll have to see if that persists. There are some factors driving that. The state does have ever-increasing renewable energy requirements. So the races between will demand outpace supply, or will the new resources get built in time to kind of meet those increasing demands? But for the short term anyway, prices are looking very attractive. Can move to the next slide, please. Resource adequacy, really almost the same picture, different type of graph, but pretty much the same message. Here, prices went from a low in early 2023 to a high in September about June of 2024, about a 400% increase in resource adequacy prices. Since that time now, we're at that low point on the chart. So prices have really plummeted and really kind of back to more normal levels. Go to the next slide, please. All right, so these changes in markets have impacted MCE's power costs, obviously. This chart breaks it down in terms of looking at the contracted costs for CAISO energy. So those would be essentially the hedge contracts, renewable energy, resource adequacy, and carbon-free. You can see the big increase from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025 was in the renewable category and resource adequacy category, following those market prices. Of course, these increases are nowhere near the magnitude of what was happening in the market. They were significant, but clearly the forward contracting that MCE did dampened the impact of those increases. Go to the next slide, please. Now moving on to what's happening with MCE's retail sales. So this is kind of getting back to the revenue, the determinant of MCE's revenue. So as I said, the summer was quite mild, And you can see that here in how 2025 retail sales have come in relative to the past 3-year average. In particular, June, July, and to a lesser extent, August all came in. The sales came in well below the recent 3-year average. July, in particular, if you dig into it a little bit, it was actually the coolest July on record for MCE, and you can see how that impacted sales. So, go to the next one, please. All right, so what does this all mean for the current budget? The expectation now is that revenue will be below budget due to the low sales volume that I just presented. Power costs will also come in below budget. This is a combination of factors here. Low sales contributes to it. Declining energy prices contributes to it. And the shift, the PG&E contract that I mentioned earlier, it increased last year's cost, but it has the effect of decreasing this year's costs. So all those factors will result in power costs coming in under budget. Net operating revenue, so the difference between the two, at this point, I'm predicting it'll come in a little bit better than budget because the reductions in energy expenses are expected to outpace the reductions in revenue. In terms of, okay, what can change from now to the end of the fiscal year, for the most part, or not for the most part, entirely, MCE's projected energy requirements are under contract, so there's no planned open positions. So the factors that will be driving any variance from this point forward would really be changes in load, things that are essentially normal kind of random variations and outside of MCE's control. Okay, go to the next slide. So this is where we are through August. So year to date, revenue, energy expenses, and net revenue through August. And you can see revenue is off by a little under 8%. Energy expenses are also coming in below budget by 4.6%. And the net energy revenue through August is a slight positive at 2.6 million. The budget had projected 15.1 million by this point. So far through August, the results are worse than budget if you're looking at just the kind of the bottom line here. But we do expect that to turn around. And if we go to the next slide and we can look at what the full year outlook is looking like. Here we're expecting additional decreases in renewable costs relative to budget, and we expect to end the year with net energy revenue of a little under 69 million versus the budgeted amount of 61 million. So at this point, we're expecting a little bit better on the net, and we'll see in a few more months how things actually come through. But so far the trends are confirming our expectation that energy costs will be coming in below at a faster clip than the revenue. And then in terms of a little bit more detail on the power expense differences here. So starting off with the budgeted amount of about 767 million. The biggest causes of the decrease here are net CAISO costs going down and renewable costs going down. So net CAISO costs, that is due to additional hedge contracts that were put into place. So that reduced the amount of energy that would otherwise be purchased from CAISO. The lower loads also contribute to the net CAISO costs going down. And then the renewables are primarily due to that accelerated delivery under the PG&E contract. So this is a breakdown of just how we got from the budget amount to the current outlook. And then looking over a little bit longer time span, of course, we're kind of in the middle of that chart. We're showing here just the average power supply costs on a per megawatt hour basis. You can see that the costs have been increasing since fiscal 2023, kind of that big step up into 2025, which has been commented on quite a bit. And then here in 2026, we're coming down a little bit off of that. And then we do, looking forward into 27 and 28, expect some continued modest declines. I think that is it, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We'll start over in San Rafael. Are there any questions or comments for John?
Director Wilkinson?
Madam Clerk?
Director Wilkinson would like to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, Director Wilkerson?
Thank you, John. Thank you for the presentation. That was obviously an awful amount of a lot of information for us to digest, and I just wanted to try and make sure that I understand it and to maybe simplify it a little bit. So, just backing up a little bit, and please correct me if I'm wrong in any of this understanding. My understanding is that about 40-ish% of our load is covered by long-term PPAs. Is that about correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so that has two impacts. And the first of those impacts is that we have a lot of market exposure there. And so we go into the market and we purchase what you call hedge contracts. A lot of those are natural gas contracts and various others to make sure that we enter into fix for floating so that we're not exposed to market prices. Is that correct? And that's a very large expense for us.
So, I mean, you've got the long-term contracts that you noted, roughly 40%, and then you'll have, what I would call short to midterm, so kind of that 1 to 5 year range of contracts. The hedge contracts are they're not really fixed for floating. I could understand why you would think of them that way. These are fixed price energy delivered to MCE through the CAISO. But they have the effect of mitigating the market exposure that are underlying some of MCE's variable priced renewable and carbon-free contracts. Right. So usually the long-term PPAs are fixed price for energy. Usually the shorter and medium-term renewable contracts are index plus.
So we're talking about two different things here. I'm just talking about your hedging of market risk, not the renewable component. Your hedging of market risk is the what we know as hedging contracts, correct? Oh, so you're protecting yourself from market risk by entering these hedging contracts, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then there's a second issue that we have, which is that because we only have about 40% of our load covered by PPAs, which are renewables, we have a higher goal for our renewables. And so we have to go in and buy these PCC1 renewable energy credits. Is that correct?
Well, they aren't renewable energy credits. They are bundled renewable energy contracts, but they have a floating price component, right? So that's why I was trying to distinguish. The long-term PPAs are typically a fixed price that is inclusive of energy as well as the renewable attribute. The shorter term renewable contracts tend to be floating price. So it's you pay a premium on top of the prevailing CAISO energy price. So because you have that floating CAISO price, it's necessary to hedge that out with the hedge contracts.
Right. But the reason we go and buy these PCC1 attributes is because without purchasing those, we wouldn't be able to achieve our self-imposed goals in terms of our renewable standards, correct?
Absolutely. So MCE's made a commitment that a minimum of 60% of light green energy will be renewable. And so the short-term contracts are part of the portfolio to ensure that happens.
Okay, but and a lot of that, as you say, there's state imposed goals here. And so by 2030, as I understand, we need to be 60% renewable on a renewable portfolio standard basis. But for 2024, that goal is, that state requirement is 44%, and 2025, it's 47%. And so as you say, we make a choice to spend money on these attributes to achieve our safe self-imposed targets. And to be clear what that trade looks like, that means that MCE is entering into contracts with Morgan Stanley, Shell, BP, Calpine, PG&E, et cetera, as I understand. And what they are doing there, they have these giant portfolios of renewable generating assets, and they supply that energy to the grid. And we buy the attributes so that we can say that we're meeting our self-imposed targets. Is that all fair so far?
Well, no, I mean, it may be a technical distinction, but I think it's important. We're not just buying attributes. We're buying renewable energy, and part of the price is floating. Right. So it could be, if we're just buying attributes, that's an unbundled renewable energy certificate, and that's a bucket 3 product.
Understood. So these are index plus deals. And so that energy, renewable energy, is supplied by these providers to the grid in California as a consequence. And so, but the question I have there is one around additionality, because this is already steel in the ground. These are renewable facilities that already exist, that these different entities own and are supplying renewable energy to the grid already. So my question is really around the added value that we bring from buying those RECs, because that energy already exists and is already will already come to the grid. And I understand when prices for this are cheaper, that we might want to argue that there's some additionality there, and therefore we should buy those REC or those index plus deals. The problem I have is that we appear to have paid $178 million for that choice last year. And it looks like I can't see from your chart, but we're spending a lot of money in this fiscal year to buy those index plus deals with, as I've understood, very little additionality, so that we can say that we're cleaner than most of the other CCAs who made different choices. So here's my policy question around this, which is, when the cost of these PCC1 index plus contracts got to be, did you say 10x or 6x? I don't remember, in late last year. And we're in a bind. We have a 60% target on our back, and we're facing off against these trading houses. Why did nobody come back to our board and say, hey, this is really expensive this year, so instead of us buying at the peak of the market, can you guys maybe give us a range? The floor for the state is 44%. We want to target 60%. Maybe it's not such a great idea to have a target on our back when prices are so high. Maybe we should have a different policy around that. And I get that we said to our consumers we're going to be 60% renewable, but when we're talking about spending 25% of our energy costs on an attribute, on an index plus deal, isn't there an urgency there to consult with the board as to whether that was a good idea? I'd like you to answer that, but my final question is, from what I can see from your charts for this existing fiscal year, which is why I want to ask this question, it looks like we're still paying an awful lot for these index plus deals in aggregate, which makes me think that we entered into 2025 contracts at the peak of 2024. And I'd like to know whether that's true, because from what I can see from the charts here, we're not seeing a significant drop in the cost of our index plus deals in a material way versus where the market is. And so did we just lock in all of this at the height of the market? And my final question, which I'm going to look for your answers on all of this, is when you exceed your state mandated target, you can bank those credits. And so when we end up with what looks like it's going to be 70 plus renewable, why aren't we banking some of those credits for future years? Why wouldn't we do that? So I know that's a lot of questions. I'm sure I'm not 100% correct on all of that, but I would love to get your answers and corrections where I am wrong.
Okay. Let me start with the last one because I probably forgot the first one by now, but you could remind me. So in terms of banking, under the RPS, right, the Renewable Portfolio Standards compliance system, you can bank. That would be if MCE was strictly trying to meet the state minimum, the 47%. That is measured over a multi-year compliance period. So you could go 0 in 1 year and make it up, in the next 2. That does, however, the power content label, the power source disclosure does not work that way. So if MCE decided to, bank its renewable energy and let's say cut way back, let's say it decided last year to cut way back because prices were up, the power content that would have been sent out to customers would have been, it would have showed much less than even the 60% minimum, right? So that's the trade-off there. If this board would like to provide the staff with flexibility in, how it views these resource targets. So let's say the 60% light green, that's been perceived as a minimum. If the policy was that that's a target and we might come in a little under, we might come in a little over, depending on what's happening in the market, I would agree that would provide more flexibility and would give the procurement team more ability to manage costs. No question about it. I mean, I don't think we can look, retrospectively, but if you want to look forward into the coming year, I think that is worthy of consideration.
Okay. So I guess the frustration is that we represent ratepayers, and all of the public comment that's come in has shown that we were an outlier because we had such a high target and a target on our back, frankly. And that wasn't brought back for a discussion to the board. And I think if there was a clearer understanding of whether these Index Plus create any additionality at all, we might have a different view, because we also, in addition to genuinely wanting to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, also want to deliver efficient, cost-effective energy to our ratepayers. And that was about 25% of energy costs last year. And so it felt like a really meaningful conversation to have. And we didn't get to have it. It didn't come to the board. None of that was explained. So I would just really encourage going forwards, because I'm sure this isn't the last time that this is going to happen, that we have those meaningful conversations as a board so that we can both reduce greenhouse gas emissions and achieve lower rates for our customers.
Can I add something? This is Barbara Kohler, Fairfax. I'm the longest serving board member of anyone. And the board made decisions many years ago on where we wanted our targets to be. We stopped buying unbundled RECs. That's why we're in PCC1. We were getting a lot of criticism about unbundled RECs. We phased those out. We don't buy nuclear. And having worked at a nuclear facility, that is a toxic legacy that will be to the end of time. There's things that new board members or newer board members than me would like to revisit, and maybe that's worth discussion in the future. But I want to say that people coming in who don't have the institutional background of decisions that were made as this CCA moved forward, we wanted to do the best we could, and we wanted to be higher than state targets. It's not just about money, and I'm a little disturbed at what we're kind of moving away from when I joined this board and really looking to the future. So maybe Vicken wants to speak to this a little bit. You were looking at me.
Oh, well, thank you very much for that, statement. Really appreciate it. And appreciate the discussion, because I'm positive that with John and the procurement team and we will bring this back to the board for discussion, because we cannot have it both ways. The market is seller's market under the existing regulatory rules, and we are a buyer. and we are a buyer with very high values of mission. Like Director Beckman and I had discussed about what we would like to do for the future. The intent is to grow even bigger and make it the world even greener and better and cleaner, right? But it's not cheap, right? And we are all under pressure from federal government and everything else that's going on. We're under financial pressures and we feel it. So we will definitely visit that. The next fiscal year budget discussions, I guarantee you, it will be much more interesting than the previous ones. We have a lot of things that we are looking at, but we are not moving away from our mission and vision. But I just want to go back to John's comment to Director Wilkinson's statement about flexibility and what have you to look at. That's one of the items that I will be bringing. It's going to be tough years moving forward, and we understand the rate pressures and the budgetary pressures. But the one crucial questions we all need to ask as MCE fundamentally that we are created, do we truly believe in our vision and mission? Do we really want to make the world a better place or not, right? I mean, if that was easy, anybody would have done it by now, right? It's very difficult. We really work very hard at it. But again, those things will come and we will readdress the values, the cost, and the rates. And we are very, very understanding of the needy. We don't want to come across as to tell the needy that, you know, just first person singular, I have caviar for you while you're trying to survive. Right? I don't want to come across like that. So completely understand and appreciate the comment, Director Kohler, Director Wilkinson. So we will be definitely looking at that.
Can I just ask why? Because I know some of the other CCAs brought that question to their board when rates were so high in PCC1 and RA and various other. Why didn't, on the PCC1 in particular, why didn't that come back to the board for discussion when you kept telling us, look how expensive this is, but we didn't understand the context? So why was that not brought back as a discussion when we were out there desperately trying to procure these PCC1s at such an inordinate expense, which blew our budget?
Yeah, just as a reminder, Director Wilkinson, that was brought to the executive committee in our November XCOM meeting, and we represented those slides at the June XCOM meeting and at the retreat as a reminder.
You mean that PCC1 was expensive?
Yes, and what was happening in the market that was presented at that time.
But no context for us to be able to make any policy decisions. So anyway, the main point to be constructive is I think that's a great discussion to have going forwards, and I think we should be much more sensitive to that. So thank you.
Yeah, and again, I just want to add that, you know, like for example, in Index Plus deal or things like that, we usually have a couple hours to make a decision on. And policy decisions, staff would really appreciate it, all the bandwidth that we can have, right? If it's, you know, we drive to be compliant. We are one of the few, if not the only CCA that is compliant under extreme regulatory conditions. Well, that comes with a price. We haven't done a budget amendment in the middle of the year. Some CCAs have already transferred 40 some odd $1 million from their existing budget to their operating budget, from their reserves to their operating budget. We have not done that. We have not used any of the days of cash on hand that the board approved in our existing budget to transfer it. We haven't done that, and I don't intend to do it either. So I completely understand where we want to go with, and we would sincerely appreciate the flexibility that the board can consider providing to staff in a market. Flexibility is fantastic, really great. We would really appreciate that. But more importantly to me is our mission and vision, because that's what keeps us apart as to what we are and where we are going. So, but We will bring it to you.
Okay, but just to conclude, I think I agree, but we need to distinguish between reducing greenhouse gas emissions and virtue signaling, and it's important to differentiate between those two, and really assessing the value of PCC1 in actually reducing greenhouse gas emissions, given that this is already steel in the ground and this energy is already coming to renewable energy is already coming to the grid.
All right, thank you, Director Wilkerson and Director Kohler and Vicken. Over in San Rafael, do we have any additional public comments or questions? That's what I meant to say. Director questions here in Concord.
This is Director Darling. I just had a couple quick questions because obviously Director Wilkinson and I have been talking to the same people and they trying to understand their questions. And I think what Director Wilkinson is asking is the flexibility in the near term to help us control costs. But the other interest that I've heard from several of the folks that are watching us is if we were to cut back in our investment in PCC1 and things like that in the near term, go for a slightly worse power content label and reinvest those into new projects. Are there new projects out there that we could be, when Dawn gave her report, she was talking about how hard we had to work for those existing projects. If we were to put more money into our open solicitation for new projects, what is the pipeline looking like for new projects? Is that out there for us to invest in?
That's a great question. I mean, it's bottlenecked, right? So it's doable, but over what time frame? I mean, it might be more like a 10-year time frame instead of traditionally maybe a 3 to 5 year time frame to get a new project built. So yeah, I don't think we can just pivot instantly and say we're going to do everything through new build projects, right? I believe the Power Resources team has already made the determination that that's the direction that the organization wants to go. And this is, a decision that was, I think, discussed a couple of years ago, in fact. So they're, kind of going as fast as they can, and you want to find good projects, right? You don't want to just take anything that's available. And, there's a real problem with the interconnection queue and these projects getting built and interconnected and hitting construction.
So it's kind of like here in California, we're flying the plane and we're trying to build it at the same time, and we have challenges. Going back to the price increase that we saw in this last year, have we figured out what the cause was? Is it just that demand so outstripped supply, we bid up the contracts that were available?
That seemed to be the case, that there was at least a perception of shortage. And what really seemed to shift that and kind of relieve that pressure was a sale that PG&E did late in the year. MCE participated in that along with a lot of other CCAs and other load serving entities, and they sold a lot. So I think the market was unaware that PG&E was sitting on that supply. And so there was a lot of just kind of shortage mentality, bidding prices up. And then after that, prices started coming down pretty.
People said, oh,
yeah,
there's money available,
Yeah.
or there's power available. The resource adequacy, I think I have heard from Vic, and it's a similar story because of the requirements being put on us to acquire resource adequacy. We're also being put on everybody else at the same time. We were bidding the cost of resource adequacy up. That was the frustration we all had a couple of years ago when we got those new mandates to buy more. Like, it's not going to produce anything in the short term, so it's just going to bid the price up. But it sounds like now people are relaxing, and those that have the resource adequacy are not sitting on a mountain of it anymore, that more has come onto the market.
Yeah, I mean, some entities decided to be non-compliant with the resource adequacy requirements, take the penalty, which would, financially is less than actually buying the product. At least the last couple of years that was true. And MCE did not take that approach. MCE was compliant with all of its, has always been compliant with its resource adequacy requirements. So that's part of it. The other part is there has been thousands of megawatts of storage in particular added to the grid in the last couple of years. And so that just kind of the physical supply demand balance has shifted because of all the new supply.
Yeah, it was interesting when we were at CAISO, we were talking about the 2022 September energy crunch and how much storage has come online. Energy storage has come online now, so that, and my question to them was like, have you rerun it with all the storage? And they're like, oh yeah, that'd be a good thing to do. We should do that. So you're saying that with the additional storage, we're not likely to get back to that kind of crunch that we had a couple of years ago.
I'm not seeing it, although there's a lot of thought that loads will be growing massively because of data centers. So, if you believe that, then we'll see. It's going to be, again, a race between supply and demand. I'm not sure about the data center growth, at least in the short term. I'm sure it's coming to some degree, but I'm not sure it's going to be as fast as the state is assuming, for instance. But that would be the one factor I think that could potentially swing us a little bit back towards, maybe not a shortage situation, but tighter market.
So you're not seeing with the drive to heat pump water or heat pump home heating in the winter, you're not seeing that signal yet. That's not showing up.
No, not,
it's still being driven by air conditioners.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Darling. Director Frisell.
Thank you for presentation. Glad to see that the forecast shows that it is going low, and also good to hear that the usage is going down. But as you said, the data centers can play a very important role because the AI is continuously keep growing. And from yesterday's release from NVIDIA, it shows that they are saying that their projections are going, like they say, it is going to grow much more faster. So with that, my question is, historically, how accurate is your model on forecast as well as on the load? Was it pretty good, or how it was?
Yeah, for load, we usually think of kind of a plus or minus 5%, at least over the course of the year. That's the typical range.
Oh, 5%. That's pretty good. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you'd say 5% up or low, like plus
Yep.
and minus?
Yeah, over the course of the year. So some months, you might have a 15% variance, but then it tends to average out, right, month to month. So that's usually what we're looking for, is to try and stay within that range of forecast error.
Oh, that's pretty good. My second question is it possible for us to understand how much we will be charging, or the rate in comparison with the PG&E?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, I think that information is published. Maybe there's someone else better suited to answer the question, but Dawn, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, that information is online and available, and we distribute notices once a year with a comparison.
So just for listeners who are listening, is it possible to share that information on this call?
Yeah, so we can direct folks to our website. Folks that are watching the meeting are already on our website. So they would just need to navigate to the cost comparison tool. And we can have staff assist with that if folks want to reach out to us.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Do we have additional comments here in Concord? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any additional comments in San Rafael? All right.
Yeah, I
Here,
see Director Andre has her hand raised.
Director
Great.
Andres.
Thank you. Mr. DeLacy, I'm curious, 60% of the short-term and medium-term contracts rolled last year in 2 months, August and October. I'm curious why you wouldn't ladder your maturities to mitigate risk.
So if we're talking about hedge contracts, those are laddered. So I'm not sure the data that you're looking at. I think you referenced it earlier about the contracts that were on consent. I'm not sure which types of contracts you're referring to. If it's, you mentioned resource adequacy, short-term renewable hedge. I just don't know really what you're looking at there. But I can tell you that if we're looking at the hedge contracts, those happen through competitive solicitations that tend to happen 3 to 4 times per year. And there are relatively small slices of the energy requirements purchased at any one point in time, right? So it is a planned process where MCE is not going into the market at one point in time and buying an inordinate amount of energy. I know that's the hedging program, and I'm very familiar with that. Renewable buying in the short term is maybe a little bit different. RA, I'm very familiar with that as well, and that's more of a continual process. So yeah, I'd have to look at the specific contracts that you're referring to really be able to answer that any better than I just did.
Okay, well, just for the record, 152 million was signed in August of 2024, and then 71.8 million was signed in October of 2024. And so according to your slides, that coincides with the peak of both the resource adequacy and the PCC1 renewable energy. So again, why didn't management come back to the board at that time to have a discussion about market prices being high, and instead we bought 230 million, we entered into $230 million worth of contracts at the peak market price?
Were those renewable contracts, or were those?
All I know is what was on these consent calendars. So they're generically termed as renewable hedge contracts, resource adequacy purchases, and purchase of renewable energy. That's all that I see as a board member is what's on the consent calendar. So unfortunately, I don't have any additional further detailed information.
No, that's fair. So the hedging and those prices, they did not follow the same pattern as we saw with the renewable and the RA. So that's why I'm asking kind of the distinction, because if the hedge contracts were happening in large amounts during those months, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were done at high prices. If there were short-term renewable contracts, yes, they probably were done at high prices, and RA as well. So something without knowing the types of contracts that you're referring to and those amounts, I'm just not sure I can comment more on that.
Okay, thank you. And then there is a peer analysis of the top 10 CCAs done by the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers. And according to this analysis, if you put most of the CCAs have a fiscal year end of June 30th, 2025. And so if you adjust MCE's financials to a 12-month ended 6/30/2025 for comparability purposes, you'll see that MCE's energy costs year over year increased $886 million, which equates to a 30% increase year over year. The average for the entire peer group is an increase of 4% or $25 million. So our energy costs were up $186 million last year, and the average for the top 10 CCAs was $25 million. So given your professional experience, what exactly went wrong here for MCE?
I mean, you'd really have to look at how much renewable energy are those peer CCAs selling their customers. My understanding is MCE has the highest renewable content of any of them, delivers 69% renewable energy to its customers in 2024. And I think many of the CCAs on that list deliver far lower amounts of renewables. And when renewable costs increase by 500%, and you're the leading seller of renewable energy, it's going to have a disproportionate impact, right? So I think maybe, well, that is important context. Like, what is the product that those CCAs are selling their customers? How much renewable energy? How much green? What is the greenhouse gas emissions rate? MCEs was 1 pound per megawatt hour in 2024. That's, I mean, virtually zero. So these things don't come, as to Viken's point, these environmental benefits don't come free. And in this case, because the markets really spiked, you know, it impacted MCE's budget. But had MCE offered less renewable energy, or, you know, the discussion earlier about having more flexibility and maybe adjusting its renewable energy content, if market prices get out of control, the results could have been different.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I understand the renewable energy content, but I just want to let you know that these top 10 CCAs, every single one of them has a deep green-like product that is 100% renewable, and their, quote, light green comparable product is anywhere from 50 to 60%. So very comparable with ours, with our renewable power content. My last question is, when I look at your charts or your reforecast, you know, it appears that our energy costs are, you know, are going to be down about 67 million. Hold on, let me look at the chart here. But given the $200 million increase from last year, I mean, why is, I'm looking on your slide 13. I don't know if it's up on the screen for people, but I mean, resource adequacy is only going to be down 500,000 from last year. I mean, how is that possible when you just showed us a slide where resource adequacy is down like 500%? And then renewable energy, which I assume is the PCC1, that's only down 33 million. Last year, we spent like 170 million roughly on 180 million on PCC1 renewable. So how are and according to your previous slides, that is down 500% year over year in terms of pricing. So why aren't we seeing more energy cost savings in fiscal 2026?
That would be due to the laddered purchasing strategy that is used to, you know, to smooth out these effects of changes in market prices. In other words, you know, some of the resource adequacy and renewable energy for 2025, 2026, 2027, you know, that's purchased at different points in time. So you're not going to see, you know, just like you didn't see contract costs go up by 500% for renewables, it went up for sure, 50% or something like that, significant, but not 500%. Similarly, it's going to come down slowly.
Okay, but we just so maybe on the hedging side you're laddered, but we just established that we're not laddered on the short-term and medium-term contracts, because the bulk of those contracts were signed in August and October of last year. So those maturities, and then also on your hedging, aren't those 1-year contracts? So they're going to be rolling throughout the year, correct? So you should see price benefits as those roll this year.
So the idea that the renewable purchases, short-term renewable purchases, are you know, not laddered, so to speak, that's not correct. You know, that energy is contracted in advance, and it's contracted, so it's kind of a mix of long-term, medium-term, and short-term, right? That's true for renewable energy. So I would not agree that renewable energy is not laddered in that way. For the point about the hedge energy, I've missed that one. So if you could repeat that comment.
Well, aren't the hedging contracts generally, I don't know what the term is, but I'm assuming they're generally just 1-year terms on the hedges.
1 to 5 years. Yeah,
I'm sorry?
1 to 5 years.
Okay,
And the way that the hedging program works is that for let's say the next 12 months, you're effectively at about, the goal is to be at about 100% hedged, right? So that, we don't have market exposure, the budget's set. We don't want to see a lot of changes in exposure at CAISO. So that's the latter. So for the current year, about 100%. For the subsequent year, a lower level, and so on and so on.
okay. But I guess my point is when you're signing these short-term, less than 1-year contracts, as they roll, you should get the benefit in a market where market prices are declining. You should see that benefit come through your energy costs.
They do, yeah. And like I said in the presentation, costs are down about 19% from a year ago. So every new hedge that's done is going to be at a lower level, and over time that reduces the power costs, right? The idea is by hedging, you're not impacted one-to-one with the short-term market. So when the market's going up, you're going up as well, but not as significantly. Now, when the market's coming off, you're coming down, but not as drastically. So but to your point, yes, the costs, because market prices are down for hedge energy, we'll just call it CAISO energy, renewables, RA, costs will be declining unless the market reverses itself, and then that's going to start moving things up again.
Okay. And my last question is, do you know roughly how much we paid per megawatt hour on our hedges in our short-term contracts and resource adequacy last year?
No, I don't have those figures in front of me.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Andres. Want to check in to see if there's any public comment via Zoom.
See no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. And then our satellite locations. Don't want to forget about you all. Do you have any questions or comments that you would like to make? All right, seeing none. All right, so I am. Any public
Chair?
comment in San Rafael?
Yeah, we have a public comment here in San Rafael.
I don't expect an answer right now. This is a complicated subject matter, but I have a question. So Commissioner Andre is bringing up some good points that these contracts are being entered into at certain specific timeframes, and they're like 1 year or whatever. Does the market see you guys coming? Because if they all expire at the same time, you're going to be running into this issue every year. And so I think I look at this like the securities market, because that's where the industry I've worked in for over 30 years. And I always think best execution. I like this laddered idea. You don't want the market to see you coming. And I could just see you being taken advantage of all the time. That's my comment.
We have MCE alternate Matthew Salter.
Hi, thank you. I'm just sort of surprised. There's a lot of detail here, but at the end of the day, it's almost a $200 million cost increase. And at a moment when I think it was Chair Preston was talking about SNAP benefits being pulled and costs going up and how impacted consumers are by costs, I know that I think most of our ratepayers would enjoy getting some of that $200 million as a check back to them. And so the question is, why did we take $200 million and throw it in the trash? That's basically what we did. Because this analysis done by the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers, which is so appreciated because we never get to see how we compare to the other CCAs, show this was not a market issue. This was a management issue. The market price spiked, but all our CCA competitors somehow figured out either how to hedge that or how to better align their contract purchases to benefit their agencies, but we did not. And they keep blaming this on, oh, well, we have a higher content label. Well, everybody, all the CCAs have the same goal to bring clean energy, but it's, can we do it affordably? Can we think about ratepayers and consumers and what they have to pay at the end of the day? And what all we keep hearing is we bought at the peak. And that's, we don't own any energy assets. The sole purpose of management here is to buy these contracts at the right time, to hedge at the right time, to have the contracts rolling at the right time. And clearly that did not happen. So this $200 million, who's accountable? Where does the buck stop? Who's gonna say, you know what, I screwed up and I'm sorry. I am sorry that you're paying more for electricity this year. Instead of passing it off on the market or on these targets, own the responsibility, because the people at the end of the day are the ones paying for it. When they can't buy food and they can't turn on the lights, who's responsible for that? And when are we going to change and have the accountability to do that? That's really what this is about. And looking forward, you know, saying you got a 5% ability on your forecast when the forecast was completely blown up this year. Let's be realistic.
Director Salter, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to let you know your time is up here. But thank you for your public comment.
We have another member of the public here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Brecken. I just wanted to point out that there's this huge black hole of data that is not being heard by the members, by the directors. And whoever's making these decisions for short-term, long-term, medium-term contracts, I think that needs to be known by the members, whatever committee it ends up being in. It seems like you're in charge, you have the duty, the fiduciary duty, to act in the best interest of MCE and the customers, and to have such a huge gap in data between what's actually going on and you're hearing this high level. You don't even know the dollar amounts of some of these contracts. You don't know what kind of contracts they are. It just seems absurd. So something has to change.
Member of the public, Dan Sejedin.
Hello, I just want to provide some clarity of what we're really asking here. Appreciate the discussion on the PCC1 attributes. Here's what we know for certain. We buy these from Morgan Stanley, Shell Oil, BP, other large energy providers and traders. We know that for certain. Everyone is asserting, because the regulatory rules are currently written like this, that that's the equivalent of getting renewable energy. It's not. It's not. That's the heart of our complaint, a heart of our issue. Is this, we want management to come forward and say, yes, we really believe, and here's how we'll show it to you. Here's why we think these PCC1 attributes really lead to new steel in the ground. And, you know, if that's a good answer, we'll be very happy. But that's what we want to see. We don't really believe it because they're short-term contracts. They're not long-term contracts that lead to new financing. They're annual accounting, and we know who the counterparties are. And they're selling out of their portfolio of current assets. So we really want to know, how does this happen? And the same question for carbon-free attribute purchases. Large hydro, we're buying all that. That's how we get to, quote, 100% carbon-free. But there's been no large hydro built of any significant scale in the Northwest in 20 or 30 years. So we are able to claim that because they're claiming less up there. There's no additionality. That's the heart of the issue. That's where we're coming from. We hope you can address this in future meetings. We hope a standing finance committee or someone can look into this in more depth. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your service on this board.
We have another member of the public.
Yeah, my name is Robert Miller, Marine Conservation League. I want to give you, I want to describe what happened in October, November 2023, or 2 years ago. at Silicon Valley Clean Energy, when SPCE staff came to board committees with a warning that meeting their carbon-free attribute targets would exceed budget by $30 million because of the rise in prices of carbon-free attributes. And yes, we're talking about mostly PCC1 attributes here, but the process that Silicon Valley Clean Energy adopted could be adopted by MCE for making PCC1 decisions as well. Staff said, here's why carbon-free attribute prices are increasing. Here's what $30 million could pay for if you spent the money elsewhere. 11.5 thousand incentive rebates for heat pump water heaters, 7.5% discount for customer. Here are 3 options, including the 2 main ones: maintain 100% carbon-free for 2024 or stick with 68 to 85% carbon-free position. Here are the pros and cons of each option. Here's our recommendation. The recommendation was to spend the $30 million on something other than the attributes, and the board agreed. And yes, we're talking about buying PCC1 attributes, which may have more potential for additionality, but there are lots and lots of questions about how much additionality you're really getting from that. And the big difference between Silicon Valley and Clean Energy and MCE was that in late 23, the SVCE board was given a choice on what to do, and MCE's board was not given that choice.
Madam Clerk, do we have any additional public comment?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
All right, thank you. I'm bringing it back. John, I just want to thank you so much. I know this was a long agenda item, but I think it was really helpful for all of the directors. It created great discussion, and every time we see you, I always learn something new. So thank you so much. And thank the directors for great conversation on that agenda item. We will now move on to our next agenda item, which is item number 7, which is another great opportunity to dive deep into the impacts on MCE financial outcomes. And while we can't control energy and market pricing, as John shared, we do have an opportunity to control regulatory cost. I will turn it over to our VP of Policy, leading regulatory advocacy and engagement at CPUC and CEC. Please go ahead, Sabrina.
Awesome, thank you. Hey all, good evening. My name is Sabrina Soldavini, Vice President of Policy here at MCE, like the chair said, overseeing the regulatory policy team and our engagement before the state regulatory bodies. And so for this presentation, I really just wanted to give the board a brief overview of kind of the high level principles that our policy team utilizes for our regulatory policy engagement, as well as updates on 2 key ongoing regulatory efforts to highlighting how our advocacy on those efforts is really aligned with those principles. And then we'll open it up for discussion to ensure, that those advocacy principles remain aligned with the board's top priorities. And as an initial matter, I'll just note that we talked about alignment on priorities at this time, just really to preserve our ability to manage strategy and flexibility and engagement positions, so we don't make them too public or known in advance. We're not seeking specific policy direction on any particular matter, but strategic alignment on the principles. So as you all know, as we've teed up here very well, as a CCA, MCE operates in a really heavily regulated energy landscape. And so it's really critical that we engage in this regulatory process. One of the key things that we do is compliance advocacy. So we want to ensure that we're compliant with regulatory principles. But the focus of this presentation is to talk about how we can help, how we can engage to help shape policy outcomes that directly impact MCE's operations and our customers more broadly. And so when we're engaging in our regulatory advocacy, I think there's really 4 core principles that we utilize, and this is consistent with board directives and agency priorities. And those 4 principles that I wanted to highlight for you all today and have discussion on are local jurisdiction. So one of the things we're really always seeking to do is protect your board's authority to set rates and direct procurement strategy for MCE in our communities. Fair competition. We're really trying to maintain a level playing field between CCAs and the IOUs, especially when it comes to procurement and program administration. You would think that, that's kind of a given, but unfortunately it's not in this landscape. And similarly with fair cost allocation, our advocacy efforts seek to prevent cost shifts and cross subsidies between IOU and CCA customers. We want to ensure that our customers are really only being asked to pay for costs that are incurred on their behalf, and that there's not any shifting of cost from the IOUs to CCAs. And we also want to ensure in that same vein that non-bypassable charges like the PCIA, the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment, are fair and transparent. And lastly, and I think probably most importantly, we want to ensure equity and affordability. We want to ensure that regulatory decisions meaningfully consider the statewide affordability crisis and are implemented equitably. And we also want to advocate for predictable and cost-stable frameworks to be implemented by the regulatory bodies throughout our state. And so if we could turn the slide. Starting with kind of the first proceeding I wanted to give you all a quick update on, and ties very well into the conversation we just had, is the Integrated Resource Planning proceeding. So what is the IRP, as it's shortened? We love our acronyms. The Integrated Resource Plan is the CPUC's, or the state's really, long-term planning process. And the state uses kind of a statewide electricity demand forecast to create a plan for the whole state, outlining how much clean energy procurement the state needs to do to ensure a reliable grid that also meets California's decarbonization goals. And it's a process that usually happens every 2 years, but there's a lot of policy engagement that happens in the interim that MCE and staff are continually engaged with. And importantly, when the commission goes through this planning process, if it finds essentially a statewide reliability shortfall, they can do things like issue procurement orders. These ad hoc reliability procurement orders that we've talked about quite a bit in the past, and all the challenges that they can create. And so that's what I wanted to flag with you all today. Next slide, please. So we are, in September, the CPUC conducted and published a needs assessment that took all of the current and planned procurement in the state, as well as the most recently adopted statewide electricity demand forecast, and identified a need for additional procurement to meet the state's reliability needs beginning in about 2030. And a lot of that, as was discussed in the last item, is predicated on the predicted load forecast increase related to data centers, and to a lesser extent, transportation, electrification, and just electrification efforts in general. But a lot of that's really being driven by data center load that perhaps is speculative. It's kind of hard to know at this point. And really, as a result of this needs assessment, the CPUC issued a ruling recommending a new procurement order for 6,000 megawatts of new capacity to come online by 2032. And as with past procurement orders, the ruling proposes to allocate this 6,000 megawatt need to all LSEs within the CPUC's jurisdiction, kind of based off a pro rata load share. Which means that for MCE, this isn't a final number, but we would expect to get approximately 180 megawatts of new procurement obligation allocated to us if this procurement order does go through. Next slide, please. And as you've all heard us talk about in past meetings and today, these type of, MCE has been broadly critical of these types of ad hoc procurement orders being issued by the PUC. The commission first started issuing what are called midterm reliability or MTR orders in 2019, and they've issued 2 more since then in 2021 and 2023. That in MCE's opinion have served as volatile policy shocks that exacerbated already difficult market conditions and unnecessarily increased prices for procurement, which ultimately over time leads to increased costs and affordability impacts for MC customers in MCE service area, but throughout the state. And, I'll of course note, and as I think we've discussed in the past item as well, we can't attribute increased procurement costs to any one single factor, such as a single procurement order. There's so many variables in the mix when it comes to procurement. But economic principles would suggest that when we increase demand in a period of tight supply and we shift market power to sellers, kind of as one of the public commenters on the last item noted, kind of we're telling the market when we're coming, we're telling them when we need to buy things and how much. And then there are penalties associated with them. So we really shifted market power to the sellers. Basic economics would tell us that that would lead to cost increases. And that's what we've seen. And so on this slide, just pulled some numbers from MCE solicit average price increases from MCE solicitations since the PUC started issuing procurement orders in 2019. Next slide, please. Okay, and so probably unsurprisingly, in response to kind of this ruling and based on MCE's past criticism or critiques of procurement orders and our kind of advocacy principles, particularly as it relates to our board's ability to maintain procurement autonomy, MCE has broadly been opposed to this ruling in general. We filed MCE-specific comments that really asked the commission to not issue a new procurement order now. Instead, we recommend that they focus on implementing the RCPP, which is the Reliable and Clean Power Procurement Program that the CPUC has been working on developing since 2022. And the intent of that program was to create a long-term stable procurement program that would be free of kind of these volatile policy shocks, introduce stability, shift risk kind of away from LSEs, provide better impacts. And so we're asking the PUC to kind of focus on developing that framework rather than issuing another ad hoc procurement order now, which we think will continue potentially. Again, this is teed up very well. Back to the last item, I think we are worried that issuing another procurement order will again put us back into a place or bring us closer to a place that we were in the past couple of years with the really inflated demand and tight supply, which leads to higher prices. And to avoid that outcome, we're really asking the PUC to focus on implementing its new reliability and procurement framework versus issuing a new procurement order. However, we also do recognize that it's possible the PUC or even likely the PUC will issue this procurement order. And so we've also advocated that if the procurement order is issued, we really are urging the commission to publish the expected fiscal impacts before issuance, really asking them to take a look at the affordability impacts of such a decision. In the past, the commission has not done such affordability analysis before issuing procurement orders, and they also have not done one on the impacts of its past procurement orders. So we're really asking them to take a look at the decisions they've implemented and kind of provide that information to the public, because really they're kind of the only entity that has the full pool of data of all of the contracts to be able to do that analysis. And then we're also asking that rather than allocate procurement orders based on a pro rata share, that allocation of procurement obligation really be done on an LSE specific basis. So what I mean by that is, going back to this kind of uncertainty around the state's load forecast, it's not true that every load serving entity expects to get a lot of data centers in its service area. And so I think we would maybe question why MCE would need to procure 180 megawatts of new capacity if all of the data center load growth is happening outside of MCE service area. And it's not to say that we won't get any data center or we're not growing at all, but there's kind of this mismatch, potentially an equity issue of who is actually having to procure this new capacity. And is it fair to do it on a pro rata share? I think I would argue that it's not. And it also has, these negative affordability and equity impacts if we continue to do it this way. And so really, we are at the stage that we're at right now is we're waiting for a CPUC proposed decision, and that's actually expected by year's end. So we will continue to update the board, and you'll certainly hear more about it if a new procurement order is issued, but wanted to let you know where we're at with that one as of today. And if we could switch the slide. I'm going to give a brief overview of another hot topic right now, the PCIA, the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment. Just kind of as a reminder, the PCIA is a charge that all CCA customers pay to PG&E that is intended to recover the above market IOU costs that are incurred on their behalf. And so really what that means is the intent is to make IOU bundle customers that remain with PG&E for generation service, indifferent to customers who have departed for CCA service. And while the PCIA is not an MCE charge, it has a very direct impact on customer cost, affordability, as well as CCA competitiveness. And currently, for reference, the PCIA makes up about 2 to 4.5% of total customer's total monthly bill, depending on their rate schedule, their individual vintage, and things like that. And just because it comes up later, the way that the PCIA is calculated, it's calculated by using regulatory benchmarks called market price benchmarks that are determined by the CPUC. There is an energy index, a RPS index, and a resource adequacy index that kind of, market price benchmarks for each of those three components that values the PCIA portfolio. And importantly, those calculations are based on a short and narrow time frame, which means the PCIA can vary significantly from year to year. And historically, MCE and really CCA advocacy on the PCIA has focused on fair access to benefits paid for by CCA customers. Essentially, CCA customers are continuing to pay for these resources through the PCIA, and we want to ensure that they get the full value of any of the benefits of those resources accordingly. We've tried to focus on reducing the volatility of the PCIA. It is really difficult to plan around the PCIA in terms of rate competitiveness when it is swinging so much from year to year. Based on market conditions, but also changes to methodology. Improving transparency is another goal for us in our advocacy on the PCIA. As I mentioned, some of the PCIA is really calculated via administrative benchmarks determined by the PUC and using confidential IOU data. So it is, I don't want to say it's necessarily a black box. We know the methodology, but we don't get to see really any of the inputs, and it makes it very challenging to kind of accept the results year to year of the PCIA when we feel like it's a little bit of a black box. Then structural reform, I think long term, certainly we would be interested in structural reform to the PCIA to find essentially ways to end the PCIA, or what we call sunsets, buyouts, where there are potentially mechanisms to buy our share or a portion of our share of the PCIA, revintaging, which means kind of moving around the portfolio and getting resources out of the PCIA portfolio, and then IOU optimization, and kind of encouraging the PUC to require the IOUs to manage their portfolio in a more, what we would say, sensible manner. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why are we talking about PCIA today? There is a new PCIA proceeding, a new PCIA rulemaking, not that new. There's going to be 2 tracks of it. Track 1 was actually just completed in 2025, and it was really narrowly focused on changing the methodology of one of those market price benchmarks that I mentioned, the resource adequacy market price benchmark. And unfortunately, In our and CalCCA's opinion, the changes that were adopted to that methodology were not well supported by the evidentiary record. And most concerningly, they were approved to be applied on a retroactive basis, which means there kind of be a double impact for 2026 rates, PCIA rates, as a result of this decision. And it's hard to, I think really this in particular, the retroactive rate making adoption or adoption here was kind of our main concern, and it's really atypical. Retroactive rate making is generally prohibited. And so in response, we worked with CalCCA to file an application for rehearing, asking the commission to essentially remedy its legal errors and not apply this retroactively. Unfortunately, that application for rehearing was denied by the PUC in late October. And so at this stage, we're working with our partners to kind of weigh all of our options for continued engagement on this issue. And in the meantime, track 2 of the PCIA proceeding is about to start in 2026. And next slide, please. All right, and so track 2 is expected to begin in 2026, and the full and final scope is yet to be determined. But the stated intention of track 2 is to consider really long-term structural reform to the PCIA. And so this is a place where we'll have a chance to kind of bring forth these ideas that I mentioned here: allocation of resources, sunsetting, revintaging, and further considerations to the market price benchmark, amongst other potential strategic proposals that we'll put forth. And as always, our engagement will really be guided by our core principles, and our advocacy efforts will aim to ensure that any changes are accurate, transparent, and do not unfairly shift costs to CCA customers. And as track 2 begins and throughout 2026, we'll continue to keep the board updated on engagement and outcomes. Next slide, please. And so that's really all I have. I wanted to, open it up to you all for discussion. Again, I think, just reiterate, staff aims to ensure regulatory policy remains aligned with the board's overall strategic priorities. And so maybe just teeing up for discussion, want to confirm with the board, do the priorities of local jurisdiction, fair cost allocation, competition, and equity and affordability, remain aligned with the board's direction for regulatory advocacy. And with that, I will turn it over to you all.
Thank you, Sabrina, for that presentation. And interesting that you had the image in motion there. So, all right, I'll bring it back to the board here. I believe we started in San Rafael last time, so we'll start here in Concord. Do we have any comments from directors? Yes.
Hi, thank you, Sabrina, for your presentation. I'm just wondering how we as a board can help MCE advocate for these positions. Are there certain people you'd like us to write to? That type of thing. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I think for the most part, I think happy to have you all engaged strategically there. I think we can, as appropriate, provide talking points that you all can utilize in your meetings with other folks. I think that's probably the best way. Sometimes just getting these talking points in wider circulation is really the best thing to do. Really the education piece and making sure people know about these issues, that, hey, like, there might be an issue with how things are going in this proceeding. It would be great to, maybe that the point that CCAs are trying to raise isn't being broadly heard, and just getting the message out there. And so I think we'll be sure to make sure you all have these type of updates, to have the talking points necessary to bring into your meetings with other local officials or state policymakers, legislatures moving forward. I think that's kind of the best way that we can utilize you all.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Darling.
Thank you for this. And it was an interesting discussion when we met with Assemblymember Rebecca Bauer-Cahan the other day. I would be in favor of adding the word vigorous in here somewhere,
Sure.
because we want to be fair and things like that. But I think it is I look at this through the lens of the water industry, where it gets dealt with when you bring in a recycled water project, it replaces existing potable supply. They have to go through a very specific analysis, and they have to include in there, oh, well, they already refinanced the bonds for that project. So even though it cost 500 million originally, it's now less. So I would advocate for a much stronger and explain it in that context, that local special districts deal with this all the time in the water, and you don't get to just make stuff up. So again,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Um, I assure you folks would probably describe me as vigorous in our advocacy. But I think that's a good point. I think we often make the point that if the IOUs were operating in any other industry, they would not be allowed to charge customers that left 15 years ago. They'd have to find a way to manage their portfolio. And I think that's one of the things we're trying to do is really encourage the PUC to force the IOUs to more optimally manage their
it's tough
portfolio.
love, and it's good for your teenagers. A little tough love. It's good.
Hi, this is Jessica here in San Rafael. We cannot hear you in Concord if you're speaking.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any directors that would like to make a comment or ask a question in San Rafael?
I see no raised hands, Chair. Oh, we have Director Perret.
Thank you. Director Perret?
Thank you, Sabrina. I just want to reiterate the principles you had up on the screen, I think are the right ones going forward, and echoing the director, I'm not sure who it was from Concord, please lean on us to support. I've commented before at the CPUC, and I've been on the board for 3 years and haven't been yet asked by MCE, so I would very much like to be a part of this and help represent the agency. And I know we have lots of folks here who have gone up for legislative advocacy. And I think just encourage us to be involved in regulatory advocacy as well. I think this is going to be hopefully a key item heading into the new year. I know Don has spoken to it of being of great importance as well. So thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any directors virtually that would like to make a comment or ask a question? All right, seeing none or hearing none. Do we have any, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment via Zoom on this item?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
All right, do we have any public comment in San Rafael?
I see none, Chair.
Do we have any public comment here in Concord? All right. Well, thank you again, Sabrina. I know it's a late evening, and we are moving on. We're moving on to item number 8. We're going to hear from Justine, our MCE VP of Internal Operations, to introduce this item. So I'll turn it over to you, Justine.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to take one quick second to introduce myself because there are a few new faces in the room. My name is Justine Parmalee. I am the Vice President of Internal Operations. Our department manages administrative services, board support, and information technology. I've been with MCE since 2016, both as a member of staff and as a Deep Green customer. The item before you today is a clear board policy. Staff will not be making a presentation or recommendation on this item, just as we did not make a presentation or recommendation when we brought this to the executive committee earlier in October. Instead, to assist with your deliberations, we will draw your attention to attachment A and B. We have some members of staff bringing around paper copies, should you need it in front of you. So for attachment A, it summarizes the scope of MCE's current standing committees that are finance related. And attachment B summarizes the finance items presented to your board and committees over the last year. Lastly, I've also included a chart of committee nomenclature by other CCAs. where you'll see that names don't really define a committee scope in a specific way or in a consistent way, forgive me. Finance may be a big part of a committee called procurement. And in other cases, a finance committee is a stand-in for an executive committee. In the staff report, you will see that the executive committee voted on 2 recommendations to bring before you this evening. One vote was to change the executive committee in name and function. The motion was to rename the executive committee to Executive and Finance Committee with a quarterly deep dive into financials. One vote was to create a standing finance committee separate from the executive committee. Staff will not be making a recommendation as this is a policy decision, but we are here to respond to questions if needed. I will ask staff to please pull up the slides of board items for consideration, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Justine. That was helpful to outline for our discussion. And so as Justine mentioned, the executive committee approved both motions so that the full board could consider both proposals. And I'm confident we'll all share, we all have the same goal in ensuring that MCE's fiscal health is sound. And I think for this evening discussion, we have 2 different approaches and which best way to take on this motion. Instead of the way we did it in executive committee where we had 2 separate votes, I think it would be good to frame it when we get to that point and have a motion to express our different options. So on the screen, we have option A, and that is renaming the executive committee to Executive and Finance Committee with a quarterly deep dives into financials. And then option B is creating a standing finance committee. And so when we get to voting, I think it would be easier if directors say A or B, and then that way we don't have to take 2 separate votes. If members wish not to vote on this item, they may just cast their vote just to abstain. And so we will now move on to directors' discussion. So I will, we started here in Concord, so I'll start over in San Rafael.
Chair, I have a clarifying
Yeah.
question. Is there an option C where we would make no change?
There's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. In San Rafael, Madam Clerk, do we have any questions or comments from directors to begin the discussion before voting?
Yes, Kevin Jacobs from Novato. I would like to see B, but I'd like to add something to it that there is no more than 5 people on that finance committee and that only 2 at the maximum from the executive committee could be on that finance committee to open it up to more. And then they would make recommendations to the executive committee.
Thank you, Director. So,
We have Director Colloway.
thank you.
Hi. Director Culloway from San Anselmo. I would also like to add something here, and maybe it's in here. I don't see it though. And that is just really intentionally looking at additionality and contracts as a component of this committee, because it does in fact impact our finances, but also our actual green results.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any additional comments from San Rafael?
Director Perret has some comments.
I have some comments, Chair. Just a clarifying question. Are we doing just questions now and then public comment and then deliberative, or are we combining?
Yeah, so right now it's with the board, and then we'll take it to public comment right after comments and questions from the board or discussion with the board.
Great. I have some comments, and usually I don't write them down, but I wanted to try to be as concise as possible, so I'll read them. When MCE first started, this board was the size of our executive committee that is today, and it's apparent we have grown. Today, we have a budget of $750 million, 38 communities across 4 counties, and it's important to take this in because MCE's budget now is larger than most of our cities, and the geography and membership is larger than nearly every other JPA. And this is to be celebrated. But as we celebrate, we should acknowledge that the agency is more complex than when we first started. And that's why I'm going to be supporting option B today. I have served as chair of the XCOM since October 2023. And while financial oversight is within the scope of XCOM, my experience over the last 2 years as chair is that our committee does not operate as a finance committee ideally would function. For those on the board who do not serve on the XCOM, it's important to understand how we currently operate. We try to keep our meetings under 2 hours. Most months have multiple items that are priorities of committee members and staff unrelated to finance. Our November meeting is an example. Every year, we focus on the evaluation and compensation of our agency's CEO, no opportunity to discuss other items, finance or otherwise. There's nothing wrong with this. XCOM is not a committee focused only on finance. The XCOM was set up over a decade ago at a time when the agency was much smaller and less complex and functions today as a catch-all for all sorts of topics prior to the board hearing them. Awards to community members, evaluation and comp of our CEO, legislation, these are all under XCOM, and we even review contracts ahead of board meetings when the XCOM meets closer to the board than the TechCom does. The finances of an agency our size does need oversight, yet with everything our board has put under the XCOM's current scope, it can't spend sufficient time on financial matters. If there is a committee focused only on technical aspects of the agency, as we have, there's no reason there can't be a third standing committee focused on finances. Let's play this out. If we create a standing finance committee tonight, multiple members of our XCOM will choose to move over to the new FinCom. This will reduce the numbers of members on XCOM, and this is actually a positive thing. It'll make the XCOM more nimble. It'll make it smaller, and the finance committee can focus on finances, and the smaller, newer XCOM will be able to go in depth on non-financial matters. Our CEO, and tonight we heard from Sabrina, have correctly identified regulatory and legislative matters as a key priority next year. Let's focus XCOM on those. Including alternate members of the board, we actually have 68 elected officials who are eligible to serve on our committees. It's not going to be a problem finding people to serve on our committees. And I want to be clear, filling the committee won't be difficult, and it'll provide opportunities for additional board members, including from Napa and Solano, who currently do not serve on XCOM, to join the new committee or join XCOM. If we vote to create a finance committee, I would like to invite the board to direct XCOM to work out its scope at our December XCOM meeting and return with a structure for your consideration at the January board meeting. How many people will serve on the committee? Good point from our Novato director tonight. Is there a cap on the number of people? Will the budget only go to the FinCom, or will it go to the XCOM as well? What about the audit? How often will the FinCom meet? These are essential questions we can discuss collaboratively at XCOM in December, come up with a proposal, bring back to the board. Let's make a responsible choice. I hope you vote for item number B.
Thank you, Director Perret. Do we have any additional directors from San Rafael?
Yes, we have Director Gulati, Wilkinson, and Beckman.
We'll go in the order we listed them.
Sorry about that. Palmares.
Whichever order matter.
Palmares.
Thank you. I was going to shake things up and say combine the technical committee with the finance committee, but Vice Mayor Perret made a very eloquent and compelling argument. But I will say that if we have 3 separate committees, what I'm concerned about is because of the relationship between contracts and finance, if there's 2 separate committees, you know, how are, and this is an open-ended question, I don't know the answer, but how are we going to ensure that there's really fluid, robust conversation between, the ideas generated and whatever is being settled between those two committees. If they're like kind of siloed, then I wonder if they're going to hear everything from the other committee. If the only other chance will be they talk about it at the normal board meeting. So open-ended question. I don't know the answer, but just kind of want to generate some ideas on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Director?
Hi, this is Micah Jones-Gulari. So I actually was thinking similar to that, adding the Finance Committee as part of the Technical Committee as they review some of the contracts in there. But I have more questions, I guess, than comments. So we are voting right now into having a separate Finance Committee versus adding it to our Executive Committee. And then we are going to discuss how many people and all the details. So I wonder if it doesn't make more sense to have all the details before we decide to actually, if we want to create a new committee. So that's a question that I have. And I know that we have regulations on how to be added to the Executive Committee, the length that you have been a board member and things like that. So if that will apply also, if we will create a new Finance Committee. I have a concern around the Brown Act and communications for members that they are going to be joining another committee and then talking to board of directors and how that's going to work, just to make sure that, we respect that. And yeah, I guess I had before Director Perry was speaking, I was thinking about the size, the quorum, what's the cap, so I feel that maybe we should resolve that before we vote. Because who is going to move from Executive Committee to Finance, or can you actually have people in the Executive Committee, Technical Committee, and Finance, the same person? So, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Director Hoffman?
Thank you. I think 100% agree it should be a standalone finance committee. I think the complexity of MCE and the issues that we've seen, or that I've seen arise since just September, and the issues that we've been presented here at the board with the exponential increase in costs, absolutely demand a standalone finance committee. It's indefensible to say that you're not going to have a standalone finance committee and the lack of a CFO for so long. I don't think that the board of directors can any longer say that you're not going to have a standalone finance committee. So I think we have to move forward tonight. I think the credibility of this board would be lacking not to have a standalone finance committee any longer. And I think that the details of it, of course, are going to have to be worked out. And whether or not that's tonight, just generally, or that we would have XCOM do that, I think is fine. But I think the most important thing is to move forward with the vote tonight, and have the power of the Finance Committee, or at least the ability of the Finance Committee to get moving, and restore some credibility on that issue for the board. I think that's incredibly important, and I would support that.
Director Wilkinson?
Go ahead.
Colbert?
I have been one of the members of XCOM that has supported a standing finance committee for quite some time. And I do just want to give an example of why I think a standing finance committee is important. And so when the ad hoc audit committee was sunset this year by management, they decided to take the audit instead to the executive committee, and that came to the executive committee in a special meeting in August. And in contrast to the audit committee, where they get into the details of and the weeds of everything, that meeting consisted of one question from Cindy Darling, and then a couple of questions from me, and there was not a single other question from members of XCOM. I can't explain the reasons why, and it took a member of the public, Dan Segadin, to yell at us that there was a $200 million increase in energy costs and we should be paying attention to that. So that isn't a committee that can function as a finance committee. It's just not. And so to me, it's really important with everything that's going on to have a standing finance committee, small in size, so that we're not yelling across different offices, that can meet in a public session, of course, and ideally people with numbers expertise. I don't know what that means in terms of definition exactly, but people with numbers expertise who can simply read financial statements, that can understand numbers, budgets in a very seamless way. I did appreciate the public comment that came in from Marine Conservation League that outlined a whole bunch of additional tasks that a finance committee should probably get into. And I do believe strongly that that committee should report out to the full board on a regular basis, just to establish what they've been working on, and recommendations that they make should move up through the other committees on key issues like budgets and rates for sure, and should go through XCOM. So that would be my recommendation in relation to this, and I will certainly be backing a standing finance committee. Thank you.
Director Colbert?
Yeah, so I have to say, I find it at best puzzling that there's no finance committee. I just don't understand how an organization of $750 million doesn't have a group of people focused on the bottom line. But frankly, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, but I say this as a member of the Marin County Board of Supervisors. We brought in third parties to look at our organization from the bottom all the way to the top to the board of directors to really see, like, has our organization evolved? Are we following best practices to meet the needs of our constituents? And so I believe the chair alluded to that earlier. So I think ultimately, whatever this vote is tonight and the questions about who sits on or what, I think ultimately when you engage in that process of self-reflection, I think ultimately then you're going to come back to this and sort of say, like, what are our roles and responsibilities in terms of both our mission and executability? I mean, I've heard a lot of really interesting things tonight, right, about affordability and what is our mission. And you know, I would have always been much more interested, frankly, in the conversations about what are we doing relative to other people in the marketplace. If we are instead fatting the pace, then let's pat ourselves in the back and do better. And if we're not, then how can we learn better? So I'm going to be supportive of B, but frankly, I fully expect that you'll be revisiting very soon. And I want to double down and encourage, even though it's possibly out of turn, about the chair's thought to bring in a third party so that this organization can continue to grow and evolve into the future. So thank you.
Director Beckman?
Thank you. Yeah, I supported option B at executive committee, and I will be supporting it tonight. My feeling is that a standalone finance committee for a $750 million agency is common sense. And I feel that a lean finance committee that's stacked with maybe 5 to 7 board members who have financial expertise, professional expertise, would be best positioned to provide rigorous and continuous oversight. I don't know, and this is a question for Catalina, if there is even a mechanism for us to set or recommend particular skill sets or professional backgrounds for committee members. But that's my feeling on what an ideal or optimum finance committee would look like. The only other thing I wanted to add was just to Director Palmer's concern about potential siloing. My feeling, and this is just my feeling, but I think at an agency this size, I don't see 3 major standing committees as really being a hindrance, and I think staff has shown, that they can do a very good job of reporting out committee discussions, both to other committees and to the full board. So I totally hear you, get where you're coming from. I think not a concern that I share. That's all. Thank you.
Director Colloway?
Just quick, I run an organization with an operating budget of 1.4 million, and we have a finance committee.
All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any additional comments before we bring it to Concord?
I did not see any raised hands.
All right, thank you. Bringing the item here to Concord. Director Darling.
Thank you. I've been on the XCOM for 5 years since I joined the board, and I want to kind of help everybody understand how that works or how that's been working so that you can think about this here tonight. The way this works, the TechCom is responsible for coming up with the energy risk management plan, and that's done in coordination with the staff who are responsible for that, and the integrated resources plan. They do one on a 2-year cycle, one on a 1-year cycle. That's how we decide what we're going to ask staff to go purchase, what what it is that we want to have. And that's where a lot of the questions about how much should we do in PCC ones, those get answered there. Then it comes over to XCOM. And when it comes to XCOM, we have an annual budget process in the February-March timeframe where staff come in and say, here's the proposed FY budget for the year. We ask questions about how is this, how are you allocating it? How is it, what's driving this? And then we track the actuals versus the budget during the year. We have the Q2 pro forma update annually. It usually comes in late fall. And we look at the mid-year actuals versus the budget. We have a particular focus on revenue, power cost, and net operating revenue. The problem that we had last year with the mismatch between revenue and power cost was highlighted in that. And staff told us it's a challenge. We think we're up to it. And I want us to remember at the end of the day, when we closed the books last year, we didn't raise rates. Our financial position ended up the same. We ended up, through a lot of work, we ended up with a mismatch in revenue and power cost, but a good financial position for the agency as a whole. We also on the XCOM we have the treasurer's quarterly reports. They were coming out via email. Many of us were missing them. Those are now coming on consent calendar on a quarterly basis. The XCOM reviews the year-end financial statements as part of the audit process. We don't perform the audit. We look at what the auditors are saying, and we have an opportunity to add our notes to the audit. And so, for example, in that year, we noted there has been tremendous volatility, and we need to continue to be cognizant of that. We also, when it comes time to look at a rate setting, we have not changed rates at MCE since 2023, except for 2 very small rate changes. So when that happens, it comes into the XCOM, and we have a set of policies about rate setting that guide that rate setting effort. We looked at it in 2023. We looked at, do we want to say we always want to be cheaper than PG&E? And staff noted there are several CCAs who had set themselves up with that and were struggling financially as a result because of the fluctuations in the PG&E rate. So if you end up with PG&E doing something to you, which they are capable of doing, you set yourself up. So we have a set of rate principles that we follow so that we meet our goals of equity and affordability. So that's the way it's working right now. Last year was exceptional. I know many people were surprised when they saw the final results because they weren't necessarily tracking that Q2 pro forma update that we got. So there's a couple things that we could do on the finance committee that are reflected up here. I think we can do a deeper quarterly dive into the financials so people are well aware of what's going on, have a chance to ask the questions. And I think it would also be useful. There was a lot of questions embedded today in the pro forma discussion that had to do with how we are deciding to balance our procurement strategy. And that is the guidance that's coming out of TechCom. And so more clearly articulating when that comes out of XCOM, they're making some judgments on what's available in long-term contracts, what we need to have to close the gaps between the long-term contracts and our projected need. So I think a better articulation between the TechCom and the XCOM, but I've been on XCOM for 5 years. It is working to get through this and the other things that we're having. There's obviously things we can do to be more efficient. I did note, I went back through from 2022 to 2025 and went through quarter by quarter or meeting by meeting and said, what did we do at that meeting? And we've spent 6 meetings in the last year talking about whether or not to have a finance committee. We looked at it in 24. We said, no, we don't want to do it. We've looked at it. So it's come back up several times. So there's things we can do to be more efficient, to better articulate with the TechCom, to do the deeper dive that people are looking for on finance. But at the bottom, the other thing I did in between the last meeting and this one was somebody was asking questions about the CEO compensation. And in 2022, we set up a committee to go off and do that. And we put about 6 or 7 people on there. And I think at the end of the day, when that committee met, 2 of us were there. And we wrote the CEO compensation strategy because it was so hard. We are all busy and we are all struggling to meet, it sounds good, but we have a track record as an agency of not necessarily being able to make all the meetings. There's several meetings, XCOM meetings, where we couldn't make quorum. And that means we didn't have a majority of people coming. So I want to be efficient with our time. I want to look at what we're doing and say, where are the questions coming in and what can we do to better articulate those questions? And that's I'm going to be voting for A with the additional understanding. And I talked to the CEO about this, about making sure that as things come from TechCom, that XCOM understands what the integrated resources plans are looking at.
Thank you, Director Darling. Director McCormick.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Darling. I appreciate those comments. I know XCOM's been working very hard. I will say, I do think just looking at kind of both the perception and the reality of what we're doing, having a separate finance committee, I think does make some sense. I really want to echo, though, I think the suggestion was made, I think, from the director from Novato about talking about limiting the number and limiting the overlap between exec and finance is really critical. I think limiting the number and having it be more of an aspirational committee that people join, that they actually are not just, anybody can join and therefore you don't have the commitment. Because I think I too am concerned about if XCOM can't make quorum, then why are we creating another committee? So I like smaller committees that are more focused, and you have to work on it, and you have to have some level of skin in the game. Makes it much more interesting than just anybody can sign up and do it. But I do think, as I said, I think both the perception and the reality of the controls we need probably warrant B.
Director Amanda.
Sagat, yeah. So I think a couple of the directors in Marin mentioned calling the technical committee the financial committee, and that makes sense to me because I'm a fairly new member of the technical committee, but what we discuss is energy contracts, and I think it was mentioned in John's presentation that power supply contracts represent about 94% of our budget. So I would invite people who are interested in financial matters to join the technical committee or come to the technical committee meetings. My concern on top of getting a quorum and having another committee is also on staff time. I know staff has spent a lot of time this week answering some really in-depth financial questions. And, I just want to be very mindful of staff time. And I also want to be mindful that, they are the ones that are making the policies on energy procurement, managing the company. We're here to provide, guidance, but I'm concerned about micromanaging as well, I have to say. And I also want to say that, I'm mindful of these concerns that are coming from these various groups, but I find it a bit puzzling that they're all coming from Marin County. I haven't heard from one of my constituents about any concern about MCE's financials. There's nobody here that I've heard here tonight in Concord giving public comment. So I'm planning on voting for option A.
Any other directors? Director Toms.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the discussion. I'm taking a look at what the finance scope is for the executive committee, and I'm kind of wondering what would be left if we created a separate finance committee. What's left for the executive committee? And I think what begs the question is, do we have people on the executive committee that maybe that are not able to make meetings and make quorum? Should they rethink their membership? Should we get folks that, have the expertise in financing to join the executive committee? And I think we need to make a conscious decision when we recommend people for these committees, not only their availability, but their acumen in these areas. So I would be supporting A. I think having three separate committees that don't necessarily, you might have some overlap, but I think it would be very difficult getting potentially different recommendations out of each committee and then bringing that to the board. So that's why I'm going to be supporting A.
Thank you, Director Thomas. Director Nakamura?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate this conversation as well. I would love to echo what Cindy Darling has said. I won't say it all because she said it so well. And I want to point out, I've been sitting on the XCOM for maybe about almost a little bit more than a year. I was part of the ad hoc committee in the prior year. And it was pointed out, and it was it was a very, I will say it was a very uncomfortable situation for me because we were brought an audit forward to review and accept. And there were members of that audit, that ad hoc, who took it outside of the scope of what we were tasked with. And I will tell you, it was very uncomfortable. I think that finance policy is best done in the executive committee. And I think that we have a nice, with option A here, that for anyone who's on the executive committee or anyone who wants to join and be more involved in finances, to bring the questions that they believe are not getting answered to these quarterly meetings. I think that it will work out really well to be able to do it that way. And I want to point out that a lot of us here, because of how we are put on these boards, or this board, is that we're temporary. We're only as good as maybe our next election, and so trying to restart the wheel every time there's turnover is something that I want, really, especially if we're thinking about three different committees, that's a big lift. So I'm going to be supporting A for those reasons.
Thank you, Director Nakamura. Yeah, Director Rizzo?
This is, excuse me, this is Mark Bellotz from Danville. One of the things that is interesting for me for having a finance committee is just seeing how this is going to work. One of the things is there's so many nuances, there's so many things when it comes to all of the financial work for this company. It's absolutely amazing. And I don't know, out of all the board members that we have, how many people really understand everything that's happening. So one of the things is, instead of having another committee, if we end up going with B, is who's going to be on it. I think we talked about this a little bit, and one of the ideas I had was, can we just have a third party as part of the finance committee that specializes in this particular work? And we can still have board members, but if we can have somebody else that doesn't have any skin in the game, that can look at everything and give us the positives, the negatives in plain English, and then let the other board members make the decision. I think that would work out extremely well because, again, this is an $800 million business that we're doing. And there's a lot of money changing hands. So I see no reason why we can't have a finance committee.
Thank you, Director. Director Shaw?
Looking at this and seeing that right now there's the two committees, adding the quarterly finance review to the executive committee, I think, is giving dedication to strictly the finances, especially if you have it, these are the set months and we are not going to talk about maybe some of the other items, is going to be a compromise. And for those reasons, I definitely support A. I also think you start there and, you don't go all the way one end. You start somewhere in the middle and then you see how that works. And that's why I'm going to support A.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Yeah, Director Burrows.
Hi, this is Sridhar Burrows from San Ramon. I have a question. How many hours, additional hours, staff need to put if we create a separate finance committee?
Dawn, is that a question that you would like to take, or would you like me to ballpark what goes into a committee meeting?
Yeah, I'll say a couple things, but feel free to clarify if there's more. I think you have a better sense of the admin time. I think that the biggest time allocation would be tied to the amount the amount of information beyond what's already being provided and the length of the meetings. I think as we've seen, there can be a lot of variation in what's going on in the budget, what's going on with the financial results. So it's very hard to project in advance. I think that, as was mentioned by some other board members here this evening, there is likely to be quite a bit of duplication if we have a finance committee separate from the executive committee. If the executive committee is renamed to being executive and finance committee, we would be presenting all of that information and having all those conversations once. If we add a third standing committee, it will likely duplicate a lot of those conversations, a lot of the time, because we'll be having to educate and re-educate members of those committees duplicatively. But yeah, Justine, do you want to add any more just on the internal operations time that it takes? I was speaking more to the rest of the staff, but Justine may have more to add on internal operations.
Yeah, thank you, Dawn. On an average committee meeting, we have at least 2 admin staff per location, as well as 2 clerks, myself, and any number of staff not on internal operations who help support it. Several hours prior to the meeting, we do a lot of AV testing. We bring in IT to double check the Wi-Fi to make sure the meetings run to the best of our abilities. I know we've had hiccups. We all remember the projector. So several hours the day of and the day before go into preparation, as well as making sure that you have refreshments and things like that. And then a lot of hours also go into the review and the packet building. So any committee is a significant amount of time. That is why we have 2 clerks at MCE, because with our current board meetings and committee structure, we do need 2 clerks working on that around the clock. Thank you.
So can we quantify like roughly how many hours? Like when we do other, like all these committee meetings that we are doing, right? XCOM or TechCom, how many hours our staff put typically?
Yeah, so I guess we're going to do a little math on the fly here, but if per staff member, the day of, I would say it's 4 or 5 hours of prep work, cleanup, and the meeting itself. The day before, it's likely 2 hours per staff member for getting everything in place. And then review, depending on the length of the packet, can really vary and take the better part of a week. So it really just depends on what is coming. And this is not including the staff time that goes into building the materials for you. That is the proofreading, the getting it approved, making sure that it gets to you timely, managing public comment.
Yeah, and for that background work, a very rough ballpark, obviously, depending on the substance within a meeting. I would say an average would be 8 to 12 hours for 10 staff members. That's a rough ballpark.
8 to 10 hours per staff member. That is 80 hours.
Yeah, to prepare.
To prepare for one committee meeting.
Yeah.
80 hours. Wow. Yeah. That's a significant amount of time. Are we achieving anything if we spend 80 hours of our staff time by separating finance committee? That's a big question.
Mm-hmm.
And also, do we have any idea like how many of committee members will be in the finance committee? or like, because we are talking about separating it, so
Yeah, so I think that would have to be a discussion at a later date. If it went in the direction of having a separate finance committee, then I guess we would discuss that at XCOM.
after we decide on this one.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, given the data points that I see, we don't have all the information that I need to have to make a decision on whether we should have a separate finance committee. So the given 80 hours for staff, then on top of it, if XCOM itself, sorry, how many members are in XCOM right now?
I think we have 11 or 12.
12.
12 members in XCOM. That's a lot.
Yeah, we have 11 currently, I believe.
Yeah, no wonder you're not getting any quorum. So that can be challenging, yeah, with the 12x. So if that's the case, then even if we split XCOM and Finance Com into separate entities, even though if we slice the XCOM into, let's say, 6 or 5, and then Finance Com into 5, that will help definitely with the quorum as well as focus on what we want to achieve by separating. But then still this 80 hours of the staff, that is going to be added on top of. So that 80 hours, I need to understand whether we are going to do quarterly meetings or is it going to be monthly meetings. If it is quarterly, then it is going to be how many? It's a 320 hours per year, right? So we'll be spending 320 hours of staff time. So is it worth of that? Are we going to achieve anything out of that? That's not clear on those pieces. So okay, I'll listen. I'll listen.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Chair Scales, President, this is Director Perret. I just wanted to share, correct me if I'm wrong on the staff side, but I don't believe we've missed quorum. I don't think we've missed any meetings this year for XCOM due to a lack of quorum. We have canceled 5 meetings at the CEO's request. Either we didn't have enough items to bring or it was canceled for other reasons, but I don't believe we've canceled any meeting due to lack of quorum this year. And we've had 6 meetings.
Do we
So
have
sorry,
any?
sorry, one question.
Yeah.
So sorry for lack of knowledge, but how often you meet in XCOM? Once a month? Thank you.
Director Bailey.
Yeah, I wanted to thank just everyone who's given the insight. I've not been on the board very long. But I do sit on other committees, and some of them have finance committees and some do not. I guess the thing is, if we feel we need the committee, and I'm not sure I've heard that we need one, I think there may be a group or several groups that think that, but we're not questioning our numbers. And it sounds like we have an executive committee that reviews the finances. We have staff who are professionals in finance, and then we have an auditor that reviews the finances, and then we give comments back on that as well, as what it sounds like. So I don't know that we need to make such a drastic shift. I think it might be wise to go with option A, and that's what I'm going to that's what I'm going to vote for, because I think it gives clear guidance to the executive committee that they're now responsible for finance. It says that they're going to meet to do it quarterly. They're going to have a deeper dive quarterly, and they should be reporting out to the rest of us as to what's going on. So I think that's a start. Now, if we find out a year from now that's not working, we can look at something different. But I think it's an incremental change. I understand the perception, but we've heard some speakers that gave data points about rates increases. I don't think we've reduced any rates for light green. So I think sometimes we read things or we hear things, but I think the committees are doing what they are supposed to do. They're doing the best that they can. We all don't have finance backgrounds, but we do represent, our constituents as it pertains to MCE. So I think option A is a good place to start, and then we can see where we go from there. But I think that serves basically, there's some staff cost questions. Those are kind of deep in the weeds, but I think they're good questions. And I think that A would solve many of those items for us. And again, that committee is already doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bailey. Any additional directors before we move on?
Directors, I'm Chair Scales Preston. This is Barbara Kohler. I didn't speak before, and I'm wondering if I could just make a couple of comments.
Yes, Director Kohler.
Yeah, I just want to say, when we discussed this in executive committee, I went in with the idea that we really need a separate finance committee. And ultimately, I voted for that. But then with the second vote, I proposed the compromise of having a deep dive every quarter with the rename of executive committee to executive and finance committee, because we don't meet every month, as our chair has mentioned. So I proposed the compromise, which turns out to be A. And after listening to folks in San Rafael and also folks in Concord, particularly Director Darling, and also Director Bailey, who just spoke, and others, it does seem to me that I'm interested in A, which is the compromise, which was something I proposed initially. And I like Director Bailey's suggestion that, I don't know where this is going to end up on the vote, but if we go with option A, we'll see what the vote does, that we look at this in 6 months or a year and say, is this working or not? So I also want to thank Director Darling for all her research into, what we've done over time. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Director Kohler.
Chair, we have Director Palmaris that has his hand raised as well.
Yes, and just wanted to check in with you, Madam Clerk. Do we have our virtual directors? I just don't want to make sure I don't miss them because we don't see them on the screen.
Yes, I see Napa also has their hand raised.
Okay. Director Premier?
Just so we're not voting in the dark, can we just do a straw poll and see like who actually wants to be in the if we had a separate finance committee, who actually wants to be in that, and see amongst those who of them are from XCOM and TechCom?
We haven't even comment yet. It seems.
Yeah, and we don't know who.
The way we're doing this is very unusual, this whole thing.
For example, we don't know who would want to leave XCOM to go to FinCom versus who would want
Well,
to.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, I just kind of want to play out the scenario right now.
I tried to have this come to December before, but both staff and the chair wanted to bring it tonight first. So, I mean, that's why I think we should bring this back and work out the details if B wins, If not, then we'll proceed.
So I think we'll, now that it's here on the floor, Director, once, if it's A or B, whichever option, then we'll take it back to XCOM once we get the full board's vote on a decision.
So if I could weigh in for a second. So I think then if it was, okay, so as I understand it, so the idea was that we were supposed, so the idea is in that we're supposed to have this sort of free-flowing discussion about what it would look like for if we go with B, right? So, okay, let's think about that for a second. So we've had some discussions about the increased staff time if we have a standalone finance. So I don't think that it would be 80 hours or 150 hours a quarter, right? Because you're going to do the work anyway. Because you're not going to replicate the work that you're going to do to XCOM for a standalone finance. It's going to be the exact same work. Sorry, but it is, because if you're going to do a quarterly work to present for XCOM quarterly, it's going to be the same ramp up for the same presentation to XCOM that you would do for a standalone finance committee. So presumably you're going to have the same staffing for a standalone finance committee that you would present to XCOM, because we're going to cut XCOM down and have the standalone finance committee so that you don't duplicate the work at finance that you would do for XCOM. And then you don't have to have XCOM members doing finance work. Max, am I getting this right? Okay. And so the idea is that you lighten the load for XCOM, and that you have people with finance backgrounds, and that people on this this very robust board that we have for MCE that want to focus on finance. Thank God we have these members, that they volunteer and they're on the finance committee, and that you have staff members work closely with them and they can do the deep dives. And you leave XCOM to do the other work that XCOM does so well. And so that way you have people that can focus and only work on that. So I would think that you would have quarterly meetings, finance committee, 4 quarterly meetings, 6 members. There's no duplication. There's no extra work of staff because staff has got to do it anyway. Okay, clear? So that's what we're talking about. There's no extra work for staff because they've got to do it anyway. You've got 6 members. They're only focusing on finance. Okay.
Thank you, Director. Madam Clerk, can we please go over to Napa County?
Before we leave this room, I think Director Martinez has a question or a
Yes.
comment.
I think Napa's been waiting for a while now, so they've been really patient. So we can go in order of that.
Thank you. We appreciate that. This is Beth Painter in Napa. So I'll start with a couple of comments. And I'll try not to be repetitive of what was already said. I think Director Perret made a really thorough and compelling presentation to support the creation of a finance committee, and I really concur with that approach. I think it was also mentioned, and I'm really pleased to see that we're going to move forward with some sort of an agency governance assessment. We talked about that at the very beginning of the meeting, and I think that is really going to be our tool to be able to look at a lot of these structural questions that we're talking about, and I'm sure there will be more questions. But really, the reality is that how we track and manage our finances is really critical to this organization. And I think it's important that we have a standalone finance committee to be able to do that, however it is sort of structured. So I'm going to be voting tonight to support that committee. But I also think we need to allow the government assessment process, whatever that might look like, to play out rather than simply have this go back to XCOM and create it quickly. I'd rather create it correctly. And it might take us a little bit longer, but I would really encourage us to take that process seriously and allow a third party to come in and help us structure this organization. I mean, I'm not going to speak for everybody, I'll speak for myself. I think, we want this organization to function as soundly and efficiently as possible. It's grown significantly over the years, and I think we're at a time where the writing on the wall is really clear that going through this kind of a government governance assessment is really important for our organization. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to help us significantly. So I think we can vote in concept tonight for A or B, but let's look really carefully at what the process will be to set everything up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Alessio.
Thank you, Director Painter. I agree with Director Painter. And again, I thank everybody for their comments and their thoughts and their questions on this. I missed the beginning around the governance assessment. I do think that this is a good time to look at the whole and see how the board looks, the board makeup, and then look at the duties and responsibilities of the XCOM, of course, the tech committee, and I think it's important to have a separate finance committee. Any agency or organization I've worked for, or even a small nonprofit I've been involved with, we often have a finance committee, and that's specific on that. And the makeup of that committee, I think is also very important, as is with all these other, the board and committees. I'm just throwing it out there. I like a small committee, 5 to 7 people. I like the concept of having 2 executive committee members on that committee, people with expertise on that committee. And I think all that could be very beneficial. I also, I'd like to have the XCOM committee and finance committee and tech committee also have a virtual option. for us, such as in Napa and some other areas. As mentioned, we are all very busy. And we would like to get more involved, but it's very difficult between the transportation, the prep transportation, get there, and then the return, to have to be there in person. As much as we like to be there in person, because we like to, be with everybody, but sometimes it's just not doable. So if we could add a virtual option to these committees, that would be great too. I also think, and again, this is something really more for that governance assessment, is that I have found in past agencies, organizations, is that the finance committee and other committees are subcommittees of the executive committee. And not to create more work, I don't think you need to duplicate the work. Again, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, just based on my own experience, that there's referrals or recommendations made by the expertise of the finance committee to the executive committee, and then they have the final, the final say, but they're always in the know of that. And not to duplicate the work, because I think most of the work is going to happen at a granular level with that finance committee as it's done in the tech committee. Let's see here. I want to say, we had this conversation about who we represent, and maybe I'm not clear on this, but I feel like I'm representing MCE and I'm also representing the ratepayers. So I feel like our duty is for both here, and I want to say that, and if I'm wrong, please let me know. When we were talking about cost comparisons, and I just say this because the financial part is such a critical point here in terms of the finance committee. I do want to say that when we go to our own MCE rate comparison page, our rates are not that different than PG&E. And again, not to discount what's been clearly provided in terms of how difficult it is and the decisions that are made during the rate spikes and decisions made. But at the end of the year, when you look at PG&E's average median rate versus the light green, we're only $18.72 more per year. And when we look at PG&E, we compare it to the deep green, it were $85.56 more per year. So yes, we're a little bit more than PG&E, but not by a huge amount. And I just want to say that because we didn't have an opportunity to kind of discuss that before. But going back to this decision, I do think having a standalone meeting is a worthy decision. So I'll also be voting for B.
All right. Thank you, Director, for your comments. Before we turn to public comment, just want to make sure if there's any additional comments. I think everyone have had the opportunity to speak almost in the room, but if you have not, before I turn into public comment, if you would like to do so, or if not, that's okay too.
Yes, this is Director Martinez. In terms of extra hours, I thought that was a curious argument, since if we are doing A and adding supplementing existing financial topics, it says and add standing quarterly finance review to agendas. That's extra work. That's extra hours. And those are extra hours that are added because if we continue with business as usual, we're going to have, the same issues that we have now. And we're adding that because we need to take a deeper dive at looking at finances. And that's exactly why we're doing option B, to take that deeper dive. And as the mayor of a city, I always have issues with people who separate the residents of Richmond from the government of Richmond. Richmond is the people. And likewise with MCE, when people separate the ratepayers from MCE, I'm befuddled because the ratepayers are MCE. So when we look at what MCE is, we are looking at the ratepayers. They are one and the same. So I don't know. I just have a difficulty with the separation, and so I think whatever we do, it needs to include that deeper dive, and that deeper dive will require more hours. That's just where we've ended up, with the way that the finances have gone. We do need to look deeper at how we've gotten here, and we need to continue monitoring our finances more closely so that we'll know what needs to happen to correct the course.
Thank you, Director Martinez. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do.
I just wanted to, we only have
Dan,
one member of the public here in Concord. I just want to see, do you have any public comment? You will? Would you like to make a public comment right now? You would like San Rafael to go first?
Who's going first? I'm confused.
Madam Clerk will go with San Rafael. Public comment.
okay, Dan
Go back,
Sedgwick.
be equally fair between both locations. Yes,
Dan
Madam
Sedgwick.
Clerk, we can move forward with public comment in San Rafael.
Okay, Dan Segadin, Marine Conservation League. You know, there's a general recognition that the executive committee is already capacity constrained and should not be expected to carry this extra critical responsibility. That's essentially what you heard from Director Perret. We need a dedicated, smaller group with more expertise, focus, and time. This will serve MCE well, far into the future, far into the future. You know, what's being lost here is opportunity cost. People are acting like, oh yeah, just give this to executive committee. Executive committee is not going to be able to do other things because of this. Or we're going to have a half-baked solution where they're having to severely constrain the financial discussion because they've got other agenda items. This is kind of a recipe for failure. You're under-resourcing it. You're a $750 million organization. I find the discussion about staff time a little bit absurd in that context. I mean, we could have wasted $50 to $100 million on attribute purchases that didn't come before the board. And we're talking about counting up hours and how much this would cost. I find that a little shocking for a $750 million organization. So at any rate, a lot of opportunity cost, and let's leverage this large board. You've got frankly, the challenges and disadvantages of it, long meetings, limited discussions. Why don't you leverage it, break out, split out the work, get the specialization, and then have better, more concise reporting up to the board and executive committee. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this service on the board.
We have Alicia Minden.
Thank you. Hopefully y'all had an opportunity to read the comments that I submitted by email yesterday evening. But now that I've heard the comments from the board, I wanted to comment on some new things. So number one, I actually am an MCE customer. My husband and I, we own a home in San Pablo. And I want the board, I want as many committees as possible to look out for me and the rates that I pay. San Pablo is primarily a disadvantaged community. You talk about equity. I want equity. I want the customers of San Pablo and all your customers to have as much oversight as possible. This notion of setting up an executive committee and a finance committee makes no sense to me. I believe in independence. The executives, I'm sure you're all nice people. I'd love to go to a party with you. We go have a drink. I do not want you on the finance committee. You're the ones that the finance committee is going to be reviewing your work. You're not going to be able to help yourselves. you are going to restrict the scope of the work, it's never going to work. You guys make so much money in revenue, more than some publicly traded companies. Can you imagine if a publicly traded company told their investors that, you know what, it's a lot of hours to be on the audit committee and the finance committee and the investment committee, and there's a lot of duplication and discussion. I really don't want to do it. Regulator would just come down on you like a ton of bricks, and investors aren't going to buy your stock. I want that accountability. We deserve it. This is just common sense. And frankly, I think this would make great legislation in the state of California to mandate JPAs of this size to require a finance committee. It's just common sense, please. Thank you.
Wendy Brecken.
So I'm Wendy Brecken, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this Finance Committee. Because of the operational losses that MCE's experienced and because of the high rates in comparison to other CCAs, I suggest that a separate finance committee be considered, at least on a temporary basis. Maybe try it for a year or 6 months, and then you can evaluate whether you want to keep it that way. I like the idea of a third-party municipal advisor or financial advisor who can be sort of an expert for the committee. Mistakes have been made, bad decisions have been made, and maybe it's because of the structure of how decision-making here works. I mean, it's a big organization and you've got lots of levels, and so it would seem like the deep dive would take into account what is going on in the decision-making process at the different levels and how to make it a more effective, efficient mechanism. That would be one thing. And then the other thing is how to look at bonds, bond decisions. Do they make sense? Additionality. There's so many things. The cost benefit analysis. You guys have been talking about whether, the green choices and the percentages versus does it make sense financially for the ratepayer? There's so many issues that have to be considered in depth. Section 6505 of the Government Code requires JPAs to be strictly accountable for their funds. And that creates this fiduciary duty for MCE and its members and eventually to the ratepayers. And you're liable for the decisions you're making. So anyway, I just want to thank you for the long meetings you sit through and all the hard work you do. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Okay.
Yes, we have one more MCE alternate, Matthew Salter.
Hi. So I think that the sort of what we're here at 10:45 and just getting through item 8 just proves the point. I mean, if your city council had 34 members on it, or your board of supervisors had 34 members on it, would it function well? No. I mean, the only way these things, ABAG is similar, where a lot of us are members of ABAG and they're separate committees. I mean, this isn't even really a question. It shouldn't even be controversial. The fact of the matter is I'm a part of the board, I guess as an alternate now. We're not doing our job. We are not doing our job. And you just got to look in the mirror at the end of the day and say, why did we spend $200 million more in costs and nobody even knew about it? And why are you not having quorums at meetings? How is that? If we're doing our job, that should never happen. And the truth is a 34-member board, it just makes no sense. And so things slip through the cracks. And that's what I learned when I was on for a year and I was on the XCOM is, even in the last meeting at XCOM, the Q1 financials were put on consent. And not only do we have an operating loss, we had a net income loss, a loss in net position, and a $50 million loss in cash. And that was put on consent for the great XCOM. Option A. Let's put XCOM in charge. They don't even look at the Q1 financials where $50 million of cash went out the door, was on consent. So the reality is you need to break this up. It's not even, I think you've lost the trust in the public. To restore the trust, this is just a first step of many that must be taken. And to my East Bay directors, you just haven't read the paper, because that's why the Marin people, it's every day. There's letters to the editor asking and begging and pleading for change here, because at the end of the day, they're paying for it, not you. Do the responsible thing. This is not a hard choice.
All right. I want to see if there's any public comment here in Concord. Yeah, yes. She's right here with the mic. We're taking public comment over in Concord for our San Rafael directors to know what's going on.
I'm Eddie Bursan from Concord. I am here as an individual, although I spent 6 years on the executive board as an ending on November 4th last year. I have led the fight to bring MCE to Concord along with Laura Hoffmeister. And I have been on a few ad hoc committees. And these are the things I would like to say. Number one, we have something better than a finance committee. We have a finance department. We have chief financial officers. The role of the board is to make sure they answer the questions. Now, I understand that the people in Marin and their newspaper and the people that from the San Rafael that have been feeding the newspaper questions, they should be feeding them to the executive board. The executive board should be feeding it to our department. We are responsible for doing that. Now, they have some valid arguments. Not all of them. I mean, this business about quorums, in 5 years, I don't remember a single quorum that we didn't make, except for when we set up a separate committee. When we set up a separate committee, we had problems. All right? We must insist that the executive board does their work. Now, doesn't mean that a finance committee is not going to answer that question. The questions need to be answered. What you will do if you set up a finance committee is you will create a power clique, and they will say, we are the finance committee, and therefore we're going to go to the newspaper and say, this is what we recommend. You've got to listen to us. This is a political disaster. Make the company work. The finance department works. They report to our finance director, who reports to our chief over here. And all of us should be working through Dawn to make the finance committee work. And quite frankly, the finance department, if it doesn't work, she's fired. And in fact, each of us who are sitting here,
I'm sorry,
not coming up and doing our jobs, we should have our city mayor and our county throw us out.
Our former director,
Thank you.
Rashawn, thank you. I got to cut you off. I'm sorry about that. All right, so we are. So we are going to bring it back to the board, and I think at this time we should move forward with a vote.
Chair,
yes.
we have a couple of members of the public online that would like to speak.
Oh, yes, so
We,
sorry.
yeah.
Can we please take public comment via Zoom? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So we have Director Mimi Willard. Tanya, you're able to?
permissions to speak.
You want to try,
Robert Archer
thank
is
you,
the
ma'am.
second.
Did you give permission to speak? Okay.
Hi, Robert. Can you hear us here?
Hello, Robert, can you hear us? Yeah, I think we might need to, can you chat him?
It looks like Robert hopped off, so maybe he'll rejoin.
Do we have any other members?
Mimi, can you
of
hear
the
us?
public?
You'll have to unmute yourself, Mimi.
Yeah, so is this our third person that we're trying to pull up on?
No, there's only two. It looks like we've promoted them. They have to take themselves off mute.
I just.
Robert, can you? Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Robert Archer, and I'm a resident of Ross in Marin County. And I just want to note that the Marin Independent Journal four-part investigative piece, which I hope all have read, identified significant problems with the management of MCE, its governance, and transparency. At issue is the trust of the public, including those who have been longtime supporters of MCE and its mission. In these times of uncertainty, in California and nationally, it's even more important for institutions advancing clean energy like MCE to hold and expand that trust among its supporters, customers, and beyond. The circumstances call for establishing a standing finance committee to meet the board's fiduciary responsibility and to provide more attention and expertise to financial issues and greater transparency. As a last comment, I would like to note that affordability is a significant issue in the Bay Area, in California, and across the country. It was the number one issue in Sacramento, as many of you have noted, in this year's legislative process. So I hope the board will establish that committee tonight. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you. Was that the last public comment? And via Zoom that you see?
We have Mimi Willard with her hand raised, but she'd have to take herself off mute. She's been given permissions.
Mimi, if you can hear me, can you please press the unmute button? Do you see her unmuting?
She's still muted.
Did you try to chat her before we move forward? Okay.
I'm so sorry, Chair. We cannot allow chat in the meeting. It could create a serial meeting or a Brown Act violation. So we do not enable chat on the webinar. Apologies if I'm speaking out of turn on that. I know legal counsel is there, but it has been our standard process since we started Zoom. We don't allow chat. However, there have been members of the public in here who are friends with Mimi Willard and has said that she has stepped away from her computer.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anyone. I know this has, and I'm bringing it back, so we're out of public comment. And you know, this has been a topic of discussion probably for close to 6 months this year, and I know it was a topic of discussion last year. I think, you know, for me, I'm going with A. And so I shared that in XCOM, and I'm sharing that this evening as well. I'm serving as a board member. I'm really disheartened and saddened how the board direction is going. Any board that we serve on, we're serving at the will of our council because they have appointed us to serve on these boards or county supervisors. And I think ultimately our goal is always to represent our constituents and their best interests. But also, if we're going to serve on a board, we should be proud of a board that we serve on. And if it doesn't represent what we stand for or our communities, then we should let our council know that that doesn't represent and that we shouldn't be a part of that board. And so I think that's something, even being a public servant, if you're doing something that don't represent the people who voted for you, we should always make sure we're being authentic to keep that in mind. I always try to lean on what I hear from my constituents. Being a county supervisor, I represent 1.3 million people here in Contra Costa County. And just my district alone, I represent 290,000 people. And I shared this in XCOM. I'm not hearing from my constituents of this concern. What I do hear from my constituents is, the cuts from Meals on Wheels. And I got, senior kitchens now at the senior centers where they are unable to serve all 140 people and they got to only serve 78 people. I'm looking at how do we backfill that, and that's what we're working on. Or as I shared, there was cuts to SNAP, and our board put $21 million for 1 month to make sure that people needs are met and people are fed. And I can go on and on about things that we talk about. We just had a board meeting, all these cuts that's coming down the line, and our board of supervisors meetings being packed because they're looking at, other issues of food insecurity, rental assistance, healthcare cuts, our undocumented immigrants coming in our boardrooms afraid because people have been deported here in Contra Costa County, and we have kids under the age that's still in school coming home and there's not a parent. I hear from people telling me about affordability of being working class here in Contra Costa County, in particular in my underserved district, and how they're going to make ends meet. And so, those things are really important to me. But also this relationship serving on this board since 2018 and working with you all, and just the direction of the way the board has turned over the last couple of months. That part is very disheartening to me because we all supposed to be representatives of our community and respect each other. And, I've been seeing that that's not what's going on. We want to be champions as public servants. And so this is why I think we need this third party government culture assessment so that we can figure out what the issues with our board, as well as the issues with our agency and staff, the culture that's going on here. And, I don't want it to be one-sided because what I'm seeing right now is all coming from one part of, and that's Marin County. I'm not seeing that come from Contra Costa County. And I don't want to be a part of anything that seems to be negative or attacks. I want to make sure that we do things right. And so for me, I'm going with item B. If once we get this government cultural assessment, and if something, A, sorry, item A, sorry, it's almost 11 o'clock. Once we get this cultural assessment, and if there's things that come out in that assessment that we need to move to option B, I will be supportive to do that at this time, at that time. But at this time, Director Kohler, I'm going with your suggestion of A, adding standing quarterly finance reviews to the agenda, taking deep dives as we have tonight and as we have over this past year into the financials. We do this on the executive committee. I know there's finances done in TechCom as well, but I do think it's important for all of us to be involved to understand what's going on. And I had so many board members see all the emails going across, and they're like, what's going on? What's going on? We don't want that to happen. We don't want to present ourselves in that way. And having a third party come and look at the culture of this board and this agency and how we move forward, I think is the right thing to do. So I am making the motion to move forward with A.
Chair, there's one more comment here from Director Colbert.
Yeah, I have to say this
Your mic.
This is a somewhat odd process to me in that there's like sort of questions and then there's public comment, because I have to tell you, as a public servant, I've always heard from the public, it always seems that when you come to a board, have decisions been made already? I mean, what is in fact the value of the public comment? So first of all, I want to thank all the public who stayed on a long night. And that what you said, I have taken in. I thought it was odd that we sort of took a straw poll before hearing what the public had to say. So I just want to thank each and every one of you. Those, Mimi, I know you couldn't join us, those who sent in the comment before, and particularly those who stayed late at night. And I'm getting ready to vote, but I heard what was said in this room and in Concord. Thank you.
We have Director Gulati.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you so much. I really appreciate all the discussions tonight. I think whichever option we take tonight is a change of what we have currently. Something that I'm thinking, there are a lot of conversations about creating a new finance committee where there's going to be expertise. Is going to be us joining the finance committee, as far as I know, unless we open it up to an advisory committee that they have expertise. And I'm not talking about finance expertise. It's also like in the energy industry, because I hope as a council member, we all know how to read financial statements and books. So I'm honestly, I could vote either way. I think it's a change of what we currently have right now. And so I guess what I would love to see is, after we vote tonight, what's the next step? And who's, again, all the details about if there's a new finance committee, are they going to meet every month, every other month? Who's going to be there? So I really look forward to understanding the next step, if there is a new finance committee. But as I said, I'm happy to vote either way. And but I do agree with our board chair about the serving as a board, being respectful. And I also serve like a very low-income community here in San Rafael as well, where we have like a lot of issues like they do in Contra Costa. So I guess that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you.
Director. And at this time, I'm sorry, instead of making a motion, each board member will say their vote will be A or B. So that way we won't vote twice. And so I'll have we'll do roll call, right?
Chair, just for clarification, I think it would be appropriate for you to make a motion with the option, both options, allowing board members, and then to have that seconded to move that along, and then take roll so that directors can each vocalize their option for the record.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion for the board items for consideration. Either they can choose A, for a change to the executive committee name to executive and finance committee, and add a standing quarterly finance review to the agenda to supplement existing finance topics already covered. Or item B, a separate finance scope out of the executive committee and form a new standing finance committee.
I'll second.
Thank you. So we have a second from Director Shaw. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, if I can ask Dan to pull up the Finance Committee tab, the board voting tab. It'll be the next one over, Dan. There you go. Thank you. The County of Napa and 4 Napa cities.
B.
Concord,
A.
Richmond,
B.
So sorry, Jessica, I think you might have skipped Contra Costa County.
I'm sorry, Contra Costa County,
A.
Richmond, you already said B, sorry. Vallejo,
B.
Walnut Creek,
A.
Napa,
B.
San Ramon,
A.
Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh. Did you say A? I couldn't hear you.
She said A. You want to
Okay.
turn the other mic next to you so she can hear your voice?
Can we hear that again? Sorry, Pittsburgh?
A.
Thank you. County of Marin,
B.
San Rafael,
B.
Novato,
B.
Danville,
B.
Martinez,
A.
Pleasant Hill,
A.
Oakley,
A.
Lafayette,
B.
Benicia,
A.
Hercules,
A.
El Cerrito,
Abstain.
Pinal,
A.
Mill Valley,
B.
Larkspur,
B.
Moraga,
A.
Corte Madera,
B.
San Anselmo,
B.
Sausalito,
B.
Fairfax,
A.
Ross,
B.
Belvedere.
B.
One moment.
Question for general counsel here. We do not have voting weight over 50 for item B. While it does have a simple majority, it does not have a voting weight of over 50%. Could you weigh in?
Yes, absolutely. As we've indicated that this item is a matter that is pursuant to section 4.9 of the JPA, which would require us to have both an individual count and the voting shares count of over 50%. So if we don't have both, then the motion or either item will fail, and we'd have to run the vote again. And so that is something where you can think about the positions that you want to be in, and we'll run the vote one more time if this fails. Can the clerk confirm that both items fail?
Go twist somebody's arm.
Yeah.
Clerk, can I ask a question, just a computational question? Is the vote weight, does that take into account the people who are absent? Does it remove the weights of the people who are absent?
I
don't think it does. So I think,
I think the calculation is based.
so you need to divide each of those by the total of present, which is 88.87 to get the actual number. Yeah, so to get the proper percent, you need to divide it by the present. So
Catalina, if you can weigh in on this matter for us, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not how we have applied the voting shares. The voting shares are of those present, you need a 51%.
That's right, but this is, yeah, so of the present, it's 88.87. So you need to divide those numbers by 88.87 of those present.
Think what with the current count, what is happening is whoever didn't vote, even they did not vote, is also seems to be added there. So for the weighing, so that's what the concern is raised there. But then the other side also will be the same thing, right? So,
Catalina.
Do we need to do another vote?
No,
You do
I mean,
not need another
you
vote.
need to, it's over the number that's present, which is 88.87. So you need to divide, yes, you need to divide by 88.87.
Catalina, if I can provide clarity on the spreadsheet, the voting weight under the tallies is a simple addition of the voting weight of those votes. So it does not subtract out based on whether or not someone is present or not. The percentage of folks who are present is 88.87 of the voting share. What I need clarity from you, Catalina, is Director Andre's take correct? That it is of those present. If that is the case, then it is greater than 50%.
Yes. Yes.
You have a quorum.
Yes.
And it's the majority of the quorum.
Thanks, Justine. Hang on just one moment. I just want to make sure I consult our JP really quick.
I understand.
34.
There's a 11:30 the norm.
No.
Okay.
It's not even close.
Yes.
Thank you. So Justine, yes, it would be for those of voting and present. And so if that changes that voting weight to be over 51 or 50%, I'll leave that to you on the math.
Yeah, it comes in at 54.1% of the voting share. Catalina.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And so just to be clear, that is option B. Is that correct?
That is option B.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, option B, to create a standing finance committee separate from the executive committee, passes. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So option B passes. We will, yes,
May I make a comment?
yes, Director Nakamura.
I don't know
Abstaining
if
twice,
this
I just don't
is
know enough
the
to
right
give
time
you-
for this, but I know that Director Perry had a very well laid out plan for moving forward with B. And I would like to support that at this time. I don't know if this is the right time to do that or not, but he had a good layout of how to proceed.
We could do that if you'd like to make a motion to have that to be the direction to carry it out at XCOM.
I'm going to make a motion that to move forward with Director Perry's plan for Plan B at the next XCOM meeting.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
And if I could just clarify, we have very little time before our next XCOM meeting and materials have already been prepared, so we'll probably need to punt it to the following month. Just wanted to clarify that because the packet will go out very soon.
I don't know that we need materials. It can be a discussion of the XCOM members. That was how I identified it.
54%.
But
Max, I'd agree with the CEO there. I mean, I think XCOM is straight after Thanksgiving and it doesn't give staff a moment to prepare for that discussion.
you don't think we can come up with a framework, an initial discussion in December and bring it to XCOM in January and then the XCOM? Otherwise, we're punting it to February, March.
Okay.
it'll get wrapped up into the board governance discussion. I think we should have initial discussion at our December.
No discussion. Okay.
Yeah. And if out of that, our indication is we need more time, then we need more time, right?
And can I just get clarification? If it goes to XCOM, does it come back to the board for approval in terms of the roles and responsibilities?
In terms of the roles, yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have to define, someone will have to define the FinCom. Some of
Right.
those things we may leave up to the FinCom, as XCOM, for example,
Right.
has some rules around, term limits for chair and things like that. We
Right.
might leave that to the FinCom, but
Okay.
that'll be up to XCOM to determine the broader scope. And then I think we bring that to.
And then we bring it back to the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
So
would be correct.
maybe the only thing is, sorry, it's late here. Maybe earlier I said we bring it back in January. Maybe we leave that open-ended and we say that XCOM, once it feels it's completed its work, brings that back to the board, whether that's in January or February. If Laura, if you're open to that friendly amendment.
Could you repeat that, please? Can you repeat
Yeah.
the whole amendment, please? Because I don't remember what the suggestion was because it was well
Yeah,
back.
my suggestion was that the XCOM have an initial discussion at its December meeting on this topic. I don't think that we need preparation from staff or a large agenda packet. I think we can take that initial stab at it. If we need additional work from staff, or if we ourselves feel like we need to do additional work, then we can punt it to January to have that discussion. And then once we feel ready, we'll make a recommendation to the full board for consideration.
Yes, thank you. That's what that's the intention here.
Great. Thank you, Director.
Madam Clerk, please call roll.
County of Napa and 4 Napa cities.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
County of Napa and 4 Napa cities.
So we're, excuse me, so the motion is to send this on to the executive committee?
Yes, that's the motion.
Approve?
Thank you.
Contra Costa County.
Yes.
Concord.
Yes.
Richmond. Richmond. Has Richmond left?
So yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was out at the bathroom when this, when the motion was made, and I'm not really clear as to.
Discuss it at XCOM in December and then bring back a final scope for the.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes.
Vallejo.
Aye.
Walnut Creek.
Yes. We need to get moving on it.
The city of Napa.
Yes.
San Ramon.
Yes.
Pittsburgh.
Yes.
We want to go.
County of Marin.
I've been told to vote yes by higher power, so I shall vote yes.
San Rafael.
Aye.
Lovato.
Yes.
Danville.
Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Pleasant Hill.
Yes.
Oakley.
Yes.
Lafayette.
Yes.
Benicia.
Yes.
Hercules.
Yes.
Yes, who's getting on this committee?
El Cerrito.
Yes.
Pinole.
Yes.
Mill Valley.
Yes.
Larkspur.
Yes.
He'll take
Moraga.
Yes.
Corte Madera.
Yes.
San Anselmo.
Yes.
Sausalito.
Yes.
Fairfax.
Yes.
Ross.
Yes.
Belvedere.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So instead of our last agenda item 10, if we can remove that because we're now at time of 11:17 and we've been meeting for almost 5 hours. Do we need a vote to remove that, or can I just remove item 10 for our next future meeting? Okay. Yes. So council said I can just go ahead and remove that. Our last item here is board and staff matters. Are there any board or staff matters here in Concord? Seeing none. Any in Napa?
No.
No raised hands. Any in San Rafael?
Chair, we have Director Culloway here in San Rafael.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Chair, I appreciate again your commitment to us getting some kind of outside consulting service to look at governance and board makeup. And I just wanted to know, is that going to come back as an agenda item, or is the committee already off and running? And what was the process for that?
Yes, we'll start looking into the research of that, and that could come back as a agenda item.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Do you mind if I just confirm for that, though, that that's going to be in some kind of RFP, presumably for that kind of consulting?
I'm not sure if we're gonna put out an RFP for that or not. We might check with other agencies. I shared like the League of California Cities when I was the president of the East Bay Division. I know they have done one, and some other agencies. I know the league is over 50 board members, but I believe it will come back as agendized items and finds a third party consultant who does this type of work with large boards that deals with government agencies of structure, organizational culture as well. And so we will bring that back as an agenda item.
My request is that we have some kind of say in what the deliverables will be, as well as who the consultant is who is hired as a board. Sorry, I know it's late. People are giving me the hairy eyeball, but
yeah, they're all.
I've been waiting I wanted
standing
to
up
talk
over
about
here.
this originally. I asked for it to be item 6 and I was voted down. So
Yeah. They're all standing up over here. It's not an agendized item, so if, I will have staff come back with it as an agendized item. So I know that we can't go in the weeds in it right now at this point, just like some of our other topics when we said it wasn't agendized. So it will come back, and I'm looking forward to getting that back for our next board meeting, which will, I believe, be January or February. One of those board meetings. So
my request is not that we discuss it now, just that we do discuss it when we discuss it, that it doesn't come already baked to us for a vote, that we can have a discussion about it. That's my request. Okay, thank you.
The only thing is I don't want to hold off on waiting too long to get it done as well. And so I think that's it's really important to me that we start trying to identify having a cultural assessment just because of the issues that we have going on. And the longer we wait, the longer it takes for us to have that process as well. So I'm not sure when our next board meeting will be, if it'll be January or February, but I will look to Dawn to communicate with the board since we do not have a board meeting for December. But since this is not an agendized item, we'll talk about it and she could communicate out to you all.
Chair, I believe Director Andre would like to make a comment.
Yes, Chair, I do want to just reiterate that we are looking for a governance review and that it should be board-led and that the board should determine the scope of the governance review, that it goes beyond just a culture review. We need a full governance review.
I agree. That's why I said a culture, a governance assessment, which will look at culture, which will look at our organizational structure of this agency, of this board, all of those things. And so I really think that's important as well. But like I said, it's not agendized. And so it's 11:22. I don't want to hold everyone up any longer. The board here is standing up, ready to go, Director Andres. So I just want to really be respectful of everyone's time. We will be transparent. I want to be transparent. We will bring this back and we can have discussion on this as an agendized item.
Are we doing?
So I want to Did we do public comment on board items? And I don't believe so. All right. Catalina, do we need to do public comment on board matters and staff matters? Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I just want to wish you all happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for your time this evening. It's been 5 hours. And I know, we all got to get home, go to work tomorrow. We have families or whatever we have going on. I'm giving out turkeys tomorrow and Thanksgiving food to families. And so whatever you can do to give back, please think of those who are in need. And I look forward to seeing you all at the next board meeting. So happy holidays. Thank you.